Folks, good morning. Sunday morning edition of Painting Away Polish 15mm project. Not a full Polish project, just a Polish ally project. The goal right now is to get 9 nights done. We're 3 nights in. Not gonna leave me out this time. There you go. Up and at 'em early. It's the time you normally wake up. It is for me. I wake up this time Monday through Friday, so why wouldn't I do it on a weekend? So let's catch people up here. Keep in mind these nights are not sealed yet. So we have 1 night, 2 nights, and 3 nights. So we finished most of this guy off camera yesterday. So had a kind of a challenging day from the standpoint of doing videos. As you guys may know, well, let's pick the next guy and then we'll talk about that because I got a bit to say on it. Nothing extravagant, but just what I experienced yesterday with uploading the last video. Still awake? Still awake? Holy moly. Whew. How am I today? Well, I had 1 beer yesterday, which explains why I have a headache this morning. It's absurd. Beer dehydrates me so fast. You don't even know it. Literally, I had 1. So this is where we left off. We're gonna pick a new character, a new figure, a new character. It's gonna be the same pose as this guy. It's another Falcon Figures, and this guy's gonna be reddish, I'm thinking. Yeah, finally, my schedule allows me to watch your streams again. Excellent. I can think of a lot worse things you could be doing, without a doubt. Let's zoom in here. And let's move the paper because it's easier to do that. And this is legitimate heraldry. And on these nights, you know what? I'm probably going to put a link to my Pinterest page on these guys. And one thing that's really strange is I'm really not very good at using Pinterest. I don't think it's very user friendly, but I do use it quite a bit for research purposes because it gives me ideas of maybe some stuff I have seen in other places, and I can access it from my phone, computers from different locations, stuff like that. But it is not user friendly. I honestly don't know what some of the buttons mean, and I press the wrong one multiple times before I figure out that this isn't the button I should be pressing. And it's a pain to upload pictures too. So anyhow, I'm gonna put a link on here on the community page of my pin to my board of the Polish nights and the stuff that I found on Pinterest. So current moment, a very bad sleeping schedule because I don't have anything keeping me on a pattern right now. Believe me, I wish I could switch off this pattern. You remind me of that other. Well, it reminds me of that painter that I used to follow. I still catch him on once in a while, but he's involved in too many things. And some people may like that. Some people may like folks that are like, one day they're doing colonials in 28mm, the next day they're doing 6mm World War II, and then the next day they're doing models and role-playing games, and it's just like I I don't like that kind of chaos. Well, for me, it doesn't work because I wouldn't get anything done. I'm glad that people can do that kind of stuff, but anyhow, he does that. He claims that he has a sleep issue, so one day he'll start the stream at like 5 a.m. and the next day it'll be at 7, and the next day it'll be at 9. So he's like rotating like. It's actually a good strategy because you can catch a lot of different people that are in different time zones. That just wouldn't work for me because I'm heavy on the structure, and it's not that I come from a military background or anything, but one thing that works for me is to keep kind of the same schedule Saturday and Sunday as I do Monday through Friday, and in doing so, I don't dread Mondays as much. You know, if you wake up late as shit on the weekend, when Monday comes around, you're like, oh man, this is the day I gotta wake up early. But if you wake up at the same time every day, who freaking cares, you know? Although I did have a dream last night that it was Monday, and then I woke up and it wasn't. So definitely a plus there. Confirm, can't finish a thing like this myself. Oh. Well, doing this helps me tremendously. So let's go to my Pinterest page here. And as soon as I figure out how to do this multiple window thing, I'm never going to get this down. And I don't think I'm particularly bad at computers, but some things just aren't user friendly. Video games are that way as well. Some video game makers get things right, and some people just, I don't even know what their logic is. Why is there a Progressive Insurance pin on my Polish night page? I don't even take Progressive Insurance. I don't want any insurance company that makes really stupid commercials. Okay, so this could be dominantly. I promise it won't be long. Oh, there's a guy with a heart on his shield? Oh, we gotta do him. That's just silly. Loverboy. We just don't have to do him next. Just give me one moment. I tell you, this is no, none of this is, there's another blue on that wing. Oh, but he's not going to be on the same thing for sure. All right, let's see. Sorry, I'm decided I'm not going to have coffee this morning because the coffee dehydrates me, and I don't need that at all. And I know people that can drink a 6-pack in one sitting and never chase with any water, and they're fine. And I have one beer and I'm. All right, we want one that's has some red in it. It doesn't have to be red dominant. I mean, red, the entire thing red. So, we're going to find him here? No. Are we going to find him? Well, I like this shield. I like this guy right here. I don't know who the hell he is because I can't make out what his name is. And that's what we're going to do. Because that involves some light blue, some white, some red, and some white as well. And it should be fairly colorful. That's what we're going to do. All right. And just to show you what I'm dealing with here, let's see if I could do this. I cannot look at the camera while I'm doing it, so hopefully it's in focus. Let's see, can I switch? Hold on a second here. I have another camera mount. Can I get away with doing this? Let's see. All right, now let's see if I can. Let's see if I can switch screens. Nope, not doing that right. Oh, that's wacky. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Is we're going to do this. We're going to do this guy right here. I can't switch between screens. I'm a noob when it comes to using these. Using this thing. Let me see if I switch back what happens to this. Oh, that is messed up. I gotta see this again. Is this like a... Oh, there it is. That's what I'm looking at. Look, there's a screen within the screen within a screen bullshit. How does that... I don't understand how that works. And I think I'm a smart guy. I just don't understand some of that stuff. And I'm okay with not knowing everything. That's why I don't let it bother me. You know? People that can figure out the here's a screen with a screen and another one, but that's how it should look like for people to see. People that can figure that shit out, yeah. They can't find out where Moldova is on a map. You know, so I'm specialized. But anyway, that's the guy that we're going to do. I should be able to switch between it here. Relatively easy. Correct. And we're going to use some artistic license on this guy. So hopefully we put that to good use. But, yeah, we'll see how it goes. If I don't like it, I'll just repaint the guy. How about that? All right, I've missed a ton of comments here. So I apologize for that. Let me go to this screen. All right. Good morning, Mr. Dirk. Nice Friday night battles. They were insane. If you've seen them all, that first battle was insane. Like I said, Mitch and I both need to go. The first and second battle were crazy. We both need to start going to temple. That's just out of control. Your health issues are getting under control. Allow me to get back in the workforce. When that comes, I will switch off the nocturnal schedule. Looking forward to head back to work in the spring. Oh man, sorry about that. I wonder if you are working at all from home. I'd like to work from home just one day in my life ever. Second one's quite amusing. Those lines got majorly messed up in that game. Got up in the morning, got dressed for work, got down to the bus stop before realizing it was Saturday. Wow. You know what? It's still good news. It's better than actually having to get on the bus. Took it slow with COVID. Figured why rush back to that crap. Yeah, like I said, one thing that would be good about that whole period is for employers to realize that, hey, a lot of people are, let's not say happier, okay? Because some people don't care some employers don't care if the people are happy, even though they say other things. And I'm not saying that's necessarily the issue where I work. I'm just saying that's not their prime motivator. But maybe people are more efficient working from home. If I could work from home, I would try to do a hell of a lot more than I do in the office, just so I could continue working from home. But left the university I no longer have motivation for. Resigned from the job I pretty much hate and got a new job I actually like. Excellent. Excellent. I don't hate my job. I hate the conditions I have to do it under. Does that make any sense? I don't like being interrupted, and that's unfortunately part of. But then my country decided to become a warmonger, so the future doesn't look too bright. Uh-oh. I'm not sure I know where you're at. Why do I know how to say your name and then forget all of a sudden? I can blame it on caffeine today. Enkinaru. That's just a mess over there. So, there's been three people that I know. Well, I don't know them physically. That have wargaming channels, and they did these shows or these programs that were dedicated to whatever is going on there. And, they were interesting to watch. And then one of them yesterday, posted a video of they didn't understand why everybody wasn't doing something on their channel that was related to the situation over there. And what they didn't realize was that they actually came out and physically said that they didn't want to talk about it, but then said, why mention it? And this person actually mentioned that, you should be able to do whatever you want on your channel. And I don't like to talk about current events because I don't think we all, and none of us know what we're talking about. And that doesn't mean I'm supporting one side or the other or supporting anything or, but I don't like to run my mouth when I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Where are you at? Moscow. Okay, well, we're not going to talk about it because we want to keep you on the feed, but I don't think any of us really know what's going on. And it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I'm going to leave it at that. So, and Ikaru's probably not getting the whole situation. We're not getting the whole situation. I just hope we all stay safe and, man, stay safe, my friend. People aren't responsible for the folks that are in charge of their governments. I'm not responsible for this guy, that's for sure. Oh, man. Okay. Let's continue. This is gonna be a challenging one. But that's what we're here for. I want to do challenging things in my hobby and easy stuff at work. Oh. And this might actually not be a person. This may be like I couldn't read what the description under it was. This might actually be like a Polish province or something, but it looks interesting. And like I said, if I don't like it, I'll just repaint it out. One thing I'm going to do different, I'm actually going to go ahead and do the little shield first. Because what we have is we have a depiction of the little shield. We don't have a depiction of how these arms would look on a caparisoned horse. I think that's how you say it, caparisoned. A horse with cloth on them. So, Uh-oh, I got a boo-boo. I got a piece of flash that is still left on his helmet that we better deal with now because it's going to be even more difficult to get there before later. Oh, that was painless. Yeah, I don't like to talk about stuff that I don't know about. Or, I'm not afraid of saying I don't really know. And I think if you have that attitude, you're more inclined to maybe come up with the right answer. Like, I got into firearms late in my life. My dad had some, and we never did any of that with him. And it's kind of my regret that, we never did that kind of stuff. He really didn't have that many, but I didn't start getting involved in it until, not that I'm that involved in it, until I was well in my 40s. So with YouTube and stuff, I kind of like to learn with an empty palate. I wasn't influenced by, because just like politics, cars, wargaming hobby, well, the wargaming hobby, I've been in it forever. There's people that always are trying to sell you something. They're always trying to push an opinion instead of just, here's the facts, you figure it out. So, I see how there's people that want to pull an agenda, or maybe they want to promote something that's not really that good, but they're a fanboy of it or whatever, and people are just afraid of saying at work and stuff. They're just afraid of saying they don't know anything, and it's not like it makes you sound stupid. It just makes you feel honest, you know. In short, I was postgraduate student to avoid getting recruited in the Army, and now I'm out of recruitment age. Destroyed my knee a couple of days after 9/11, so military service for me is an impossibility. It is for me too. I'm too old. I gotta run the show. I gotta be like Schwarzkopf. I don't want to do that. I resolve my differences on a wargaming table, not in real life. So, and I know a lot of people that have been watching the footage, and they're like, "Oh, did you see this? And can you see that?" And I can't get excited about it because I'm not glorifying in it, and regardless of what nationality it's happening to, and and I just don't. I don't think we're getting to see everything that we. I don't know. I'm just to be continued. And I think that that's a safer attitude than to say that I'm like, oh, well, these guys are doing this, and these guys are definitely doing this, and these guys are definitely doing that. And I don't think we know, you know? Some people on one side are getting only one side of the story, and I think the other people are kind of only getting one side of the story as well. And I don't know. Back to wargaming. All right, let's paint this guy. Tell you what I tell Canada to get your. Oh, we cooled down a tiny little bit, but I am not ready for summer. I haven't mowed the lawn yet, so I'm welcoming that. We got this crazy Japanese grass that doesn't grow, and I think it's Japanese. We had to replace all our grass, and we had to find grass that wasn't as yummy to the insects. Because here in Florida, they like to eat everything. All right. So it's quartered. It's red, white, and light blue. Okay, right. And like a mid blue, like the Lithuanian blue. Got it. All right, let's minimize this. We're going to take lots of looks at this little thing over here. It's perfectly fine admitting not knowing anything. We all can't be experts at everything. You know? We all can't be experts at everything. And as somebody said, it might have even been Nordic. Nordic might have said this a couple weeks ago. You can't be into everything. I don't know if it was you. You're going to get credit for it, though. And it's true. You can't be into everything. If you didn't have to work for a living, you still couldn't be into everything. Bachelor's degrees here, the new high school diplomas, I feel. Yep. Yep. I only have a 2-year degree. And I'm probably the last generation that can do that and kind of have the living that I do. They're really, unless you're doing something really specialized, whether it's chemistry or something, being a lawyer. God help us, no more of those, please. Lawyers just turn into politicians. No lawyers, a doctor, airplane pilot, something like that. A lot of people just go to school to do one thing. It's just to get your foot in the door. And then you end up having to do things how they want you to at that business. So, unless it's something really specialized, For me, I'm just extremely influenced by teachers that don't know how to teach. So if I was in a class and the teacher was no good, and there's lots of teachers that aren't any good, I didn't learn well. I'm 2 teachers I can think of in my entire life. One of them in college, one of them in high school. And those 2 guys may not have been fun at parties, but they knew how to teach and they connected with me. And if I could pick my teachers to go through, there's nothing I wouldn't be able to do because those guys knew how to put stuff together, But I'm very influenced by that. And it's got to be a subject I don't hate. It doesn't have to be something I like, but it can't be something that I hate. So, people can't be omniscient. No. I think it said as wargaming goes, you really should pick 1 or 2 periods of history and stick with those. Otherwise, we'll never get things done. Well, it depends what you want to do. I'm a World War II nut. I still am. I will probably always be. But the reality is that the time that I use to paint this stuff, this period things, is a lot more useful. You guys are going to see them in battles. I'm going to use them a lot more often. There's no frustration or less frustration in the game. Even though these rules are weird, they're still weird. We still encounter things that are like, we've never seen that. Every time we film a game, there is something we encounter that we've never seen before. It happened in the last battles. It happened in the battles before that. If you watch the battles for the day, didn't Mitch open up a little bit? But he still couldn't handle that whole, well, I gotta keep something from you. He's still trying to win. I'm just at the point where I don't freaking care anymore. It's more fun talking about all the possibilities, But he opened up a bit talking about what he can do, what his troops would be able to do in that battle or what have you. I just don't care anymore. I don't care to give anything away. You know, if he was somebody that I physically had to defeat in a battle or whatever, the whole world would go sideways. Yeah, maybe. All right. So it's quartered like this. These two are red, and the other two are striped. All right, so we're gonna have to use some smaller brushes here. I've done stuff like this before, so I am not concerned. And we're probably going to have to touch this up to make sure you get the quarters even. See, there we have it. We're going to have to bring some of the red in. This is what the wet palette is really useful for. Not because I couldn't remix this red, but it's right here. It's right here. All right, so we're going to do one thing. We're going to get this. We're going to have to do a little trick. We're going to have to put a thin black line to get the, got to keep them separated. Because by using one, as the divider, it makes it one side bigger than the other. Okay, now I didn't move the white and the red quadrants. I didn't make one bigger than the other, but I used the black line to divide them, and that evened it up nicely. I may have to zoom this in a little bit. Let's see. Having a diploma is kind of obligatory if you want to get a job in Russia. You probably won't use most of the things you learn, but you should have a paper. Yep. It's a way for people to eliminate choices that they hire, for starters. World War II nut and the age of horse and musketry. I don't know shit about horse and musketry. Well, relatively. A few periods, sword and shield, such as the Crusades, 100 Years of War, Punic Wars, Greek-Persian Wars. Very true. Degrees in history and anthropology, I feel like they're useless here in the States. They are. My dad said you couldn't, I used history for all my electives. And I was on my way to get my bachelor's, and I got tired. I just couldn't overcome Algebra 2. Algebra 2 is just the logic math. I can't do that one. I have a bucket list goal, and that is build a Roman legion or legions for either the Punic Wars or invasion of Britain. I never played Roman anything until DBA. And really never watched any Roman movies. That's not... Is it true? I'd seen Ben-Hur as a kid. And what was the other one? Gladiator. I watched Gladiator before I played DBA. That was it. I never did Roman anything. Okay. All right, so we're going to fill this red in and give it a little bit more life. So yeah, it's your channel. You should be able to talk about whatever the hell you want on your channel. If people don't like it, they can just unsubscribe. You know, I'm not really talking about anything that controversial. If your skin isn't that thick, then you're gonna have a real time. You're gonna have a hard time in the real world. So, so I don't usually comment on people's pages unless I agree with their sentiment. I don't go to other people's pages and create arguments. That's um, that's not what they want. That's not going to do any good. So, all right. So you brought that a little bit up. Let's go ahead and do the yellow and the blue and the white. Now we want a mid-range blue, not this deep one. Something a little lighter. And I could mix my own, but it's so much easier to use something that's already kind of pre-made, so to speak. And I'm thinking this one may be the one. Let's see. A couple of these blues are weird. This one may be all right. In other words, they look one way in the bottle, and then you come out, and they look something else. And I tried painting the little tops of the lids, but you know, that's a. I also consider Julius Caesar's army in Gauls was a third option for the Roman legion. I never got into Romans because I never thought any of their opponents were really cool. Like it's always interesting. Like if you're studying wars, it's always interesting. I think to have both sides equally interesting or as close to as equally interesting. So that's why I like the desert frontier in World War II. Can't remember me saying anything controversial in general. I don't know. I just that's not what I'm here for. You know, you guys. I could get more subscribers or less if I came up with controversial stuff, but I'm not interested in how we are different. You know, that's why I don't really want to know about people's politics. You know, because I don't care. You're not gonna. You're not really. I'm not really interested in changing how I feel about certain things, and I don't want to change people. You know, there's a lot of things I don't agree with, but hearing it from me isn't going to change your mind. You know, and we were all raised differently for starters. So even if we're biologically predisposed to be a certain way, the fact that you were raised in a certain household or not raised in a certain household makes a big influence on how you look at things. I think much more than the country you come from. I think we're more affected by that than oh well, all Americans are this way or all people from Russia are this way or all of depends what it depends what you're used to growing up. Nurture. I think nurture is huge. Huge. Well, DBA, the Marian Romans are sort of a well-organized killing machine. Carthaginians. People love Carthaginians. Well, what was it I like to say? I discourage people from starting Carthage, and I've heard it so many times. I'm going to start DBA. I want to do Hannibal. You know, Hannibal was the exception. The army wasn't awesome. Hannibal's what made them awesome. They were a smorgasbord of different things. Hannibal is what made them, or so we know. I'm going to leave it right there because, I don't think we're going to come up with something, certainly in my lifetime, where found out, oh, it really wasn't Hannibal doing it all. He had some sidekick that was taking all the credit. I don't think we're going to come up with something really definitively different than what we've known already for 2,000 years with him. 2,000 years? Yeah. Something like that. Over 2,000 years. I just didn't think that anybody was particularly interesting. Maybe the Seleucids. Did I just call them Seleucids as opposed to Seleucids? I don't know. Maybe I swing both ways on those guys and didn't know it. Like both sides to be interesting. That's why I don't particularly like playing Americans because I don't think we're that interesting. Maybe I just say that because I've been one my whole life. And it doesn't mean I want to be from somewhere else. I'm just saying that from a wargaming standpoint, it's not that interesting. Painting a shitload of the same vehicle, not very interesting. I mean, Shermans are ugly. I don't care how effective they were. I'm a modeler. I'm painting things. Shermans are ugly. Only thing that makes them prettier is when the Brits got a hold of them and they put some cool camos on them. So, all right. So we got a little bit more details there. What's this? Are you telling me there's some new video I need to watch? I'm not going to watch this video. I'm making content. Interesting thing about Hannibal's used virtually the same tactics in all his battles. One of the reasons Scipio defeated him. Yeah, turn them into honeys. Honeys are awesome. Those early Stuarts had more machine guns than they had tank crew members. It's crazy. You know, they had a 37 millimeter. What is it? M3A2 or whatever the hell it was. M3A1. I don't know. Maybe it was the M2s that had those Stuarts. He had a 37 millimeter, and then he had a coax 30, and then you could have an anti-aircraft mount with a 30 cal, and then you had a Hall machine gun, and then there were some that had like the two little machine guns kind of in the hull above the. I mean, it's like geez. I mean, get the machine gun. Which one? I don't know. Yeah, those things are crazy. 35th scale modeler coming out at me. Oh, so Nordic. I watched that movie. Gripes about the movie. I liked it. I liked the last battle, the Forgotten Battle, whatever it was called. Gripes about the movie. There's a scene where if I spoil the movie for any of you guys, then tough. I'm not going to spoil the movie. One of the characters is the English character, or I was going to say the British character, the English character. Was when he's going back to his own lines. There's this scene where he meets up with the Canadians, and this is what, late 1944. Yeah, it's Market Garden, so September 1944, and he's meeting up with the Canadians, and he's walking back to. There's this scene where he's on a road, and the Canadian troops are mounted on reconnaissance vehicles or so forth. And they have a Sherman there. They have the lower hull of a Sherman, and it has Easy 8 suspension. I'm like, I don't think they had that at that time. I don't think there was any Easy 8 Shermans at that point. Or the Canadians wouldn't have used them because the Easy 8s, I think, were U.S. only. And it started coming out around Bulge, maybe. I'm thinking, but the Canadians all used. So even though the Shermans are boring and they're ugly, there's still a lot of little nuances of them. I think the Canadians were like the Brits that they used the diesel variant Shermans. And the diesel variant Shermans are the even numbers, right? M4A2, M4A4. I could be wrong. They might have changed. No, because they had the M4A1s in the desert. But anyways, the main one that they used, that the Commonwealth forces used in Northwest Europe, was the A4, And so the U.S. didn't have any of those A4s, from what I can remember. And I don't think they had any Easy 8 suspension stuff on there. But minor gripe. They finally used a T-34-85 in the right setting, though. They always throw those in, and they're way out of period. But I thought it was good. That it was a little confusing at times, who's who. A little confusing with which guy's the German guy at times. I liked it. And it was kind of stressful. It's kind of stressful to watch at points, which is unusual for me in a war movie. Because I don't usually get very attached to any of the characters, but it was stressful to watch for the family. Let's put it that way. He changed uniforms, didn't report the officers there. That bugged me. It seemed too, I've never been in the military, but that just seemed like, oh, well, you're going to join us now. Or, it's very true about the Shermans. Part bugged me. The British paratrooper didn't report Canadian officers, just switched uniforms and fight with them. It seemed odd, yeah. And they had a uniform in his size, or, I guess if you're normal size. Oh, let's get you a new uniform. But I think it's extremely well done, especially considering most World War II movies suck. I thought it was really well done. I'm gonna need to get some new white there. That one's. Let's lighten up this blue a little bit. How you doing, Army? It's all shields. I love doing crests and stuff like this. That's I think how we're gonna end. Obviously, we're not done with the blue section. Let's move this out of the way so you can see what it's. I watched Dunkirk, and I didn't like it. And I watched it with my daughter, and we really disliked movieisms. I call them, things that they put in there just for the viewing audience because they think we're stupid. Like that hurricane that shot down the Stuka while it was not powered anymore. That's just like, why do you got to put stuff like that? That's just, could that have happened? I guess possibly. Is it likely to happen? No. So I put that in there. People are going to learn from that. Darkest Hour, he didn't look enough Churchill-ish to me. It was just kind of distracting, so I didn't finish it. I'll probably finish it at some point, but and I don't mind Oldman. I like Oldman, but Dunkirk, yeah, I watched that. Well, it doesn't look very good in the video. Typical. All right, let's go work on the red. I think Leonidas of Sparta said it best: the Persians have a lot of men, but not very many soldiers. But did he really say that? Did he really say that? I tell you what, I have heard, listened to, read the word oligarch a hell of a lot more times in the last month than I ever have reading ancient history about the Athenians. They're a lot more prominent right now in the news than any of the ancient Greek stuff. Say the Stuka diving down was really well done, had a bit of terrifying feel, but was ruined by the Spitfire shooting it down. Yeah, I'll never watch that again. I always liked Stukas as a kid. That doesn't mean I promote what they did. I just, it's a cool looking plane. Sinister looking plane. One of the first models I had with a swastika. Back when I was a kid, you just, there was Nazi symbols on a Nazi plane. That's where they go. It's not like I'm pasting them all over my room and promoting that mustachioed bastard. It's just part of the plane. I want to build an accurate plane. Okay, this is a arrowhead type symbol. All right, so let's. Said the same thing the other day about oligarchs. There you go. I never heard that, It's kind of a cool name, cool word. Nobody would have known what the hell one of those is, or most people wouldn't have known what one of those is. A couple years ago. And then playing, what's that game that I played? Assassin's Creed Odyssey. What a beautiful game. It's a freaking gorgeous game. There's stupid stuff about it, but there's a lot of I don't know, if I ever have to paint whenever I finish around of painting my Athenian army, I'm probably going to turn that thing on and get ideas from some of the colors and stuff. While I wouldn't call Persians incompetent as soldiers, like having a regular army and actually organizing a multitude of vassal nations in a working army takes a lot. They still conquered a lot and adapted their warfare style to conditions with time. And I think as overlords, they weren't that bad. I'm not saying that I want to be under anybody, but they were, there's people that are bad. All these nations that we play in DBA, pretty much all their rulers are all dickheads. Pretty much. I mean, I don't want to have a king anybody, okay? But there's some nations that are worse than others, in my opinion. In my opinion. The Persians, they're not even close to being in the bad scale. Now, the thing is we're used to or at least most of us are used to the whole Greek free-thinking kind of, freedom to whatever degree they had. We're always gonna gravitate towards that. The Persians weren't that bad of an overlord. In general, there were some Persians that were better than others. So their problem is they would have the Persian curse is also the Turkish curse. And this is just from me reading history, and I've actually listened to a lot more than I've read because reading honestly puts me to sleep. I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just very relaxing, but lectures and stuff like that. I've listened to a couple lectures on Audible, and one of the lectures actually is really, really quite good. Or he connects with me, or I connect with him, or what have you. But the problem with the Persians is they would and the Turks is they would have too many sons. Let's compare the Persians or the Turks to say the Normans. The Normans is a good one to compare to. And maybe for the most part, the Normans may be typical of some middle-aged type of, passing the control to your heirs. In the Normans, if you have a bunch of sons, only the oldest one's going to get everything. So everybody else kind of has to figure it out, make their own destiny, which is why they, went to Italy and Robert Guiscard and everything like that. It's like, well, I'm stuck with freaking nothing. I'm going to go on crusade or, the adventures and stuff like that. Or you have a civil war with your older brother and, and your whole country goes to shit while you fight over who gets the scraps. But the Persians, I don't know where I was going with this. But anyways, one of the things is what happened to the Persians, they would have all these civil wars. Or the Turks, they'd have multiple sons and like, well, we're only left with one guy, so we're gonna fight to see who's left with that. So one guy takes control and murders all of his younger brothers and that kind of stuff. So they did a lot of damage to themselves. I don't know if that was inevitable. Like if you keep the guy around, he's just gonna bring your empire down. But there was a lot of that going on. So I don't know how much of it was affected by the Greeks actually stopping them and the Greeks actually, kind of tripping them up. And then the next thing is like, well, we're going to go another round. Oh, well, wait a second. We're going to fight amongst ourselves here for a little bit first. So, problem with Persians. Achaemenids, the tactics better suited Iranian landscape. That makes sense. Problem with Persians face discrepancy in the armor and weapons. The Greeks had better armor, and their spear could penetrate Persian armor easily. They shifted to deploying Greek town. Yeah, this is about the Persian leadership. Maybe I'm more info. I'm surprised it took them as long as it did to make that change. I had to point out that the woke generation of the Greeks had slavery, but the Persians didn't. Interesting. Slaves have been around forever. They have. Yep. And it's not necessarily the lighter skinned people that had the darker skinned people as slaves. But that's not to downplay anything, it's just the reality. A lot of the slaves from like the Arab nations, they brought the Mamluks. The Mamluks were Caucasians from, I guess it would be, a lot of them is that we talked about that Sarmatian background from, Turkish or Central Europe, whatever. And they got taken as kids and raised as slave soldiers, so they were pale skinned to a degree. So yeah, slavery's been around forever. It's, famous Artaxerxes. He had 150 sons. Wow. That's a succession crisis right there. Yeah, Persians had slavery actually on smaller scale than Sparta, for example. It still had slavery had been pretty much every culture at some point in human history. Yeah, but the economy so bad at that point, being a slave was better prospect than being a free peasant. Now you're thinking about painting some Alexander Macedonian and some other Greek hoplites. So what do you guys think about Alexander the Great? You think he was a bad guy? I'd never really liked he was a bad guy. Like, is Napoleon a bad guy? I don't think Napoleon's a bad guy. He's just a warmonger. He's like, I think it's the same thing with Alexander the Great. Relativism or whatever that thing's called. I'm not a bad guy. I just want to see the world burn, or whatever. Alexander the Great was just payback. Was he short? Because that would explain a lot of things. Slaves are mostly rentable workers in temples or served the nobility, so they had more economical security because of this. Hello, Kevin. I would hate to have a slave for multiple reasons. I'd be afraid of them poisoning me. Just that thing alone. Say I was okay with it. I'll make my own food. Thank you. You think Alexander had a dream to unite the East and Western cultures, openly trade throughout the known world? Unfortunately, to do that, he had to topple Persia. Yeah, I don't think he was a bad guy. I don't think Napoleon was a bad guy. Now, I really haven't read much about Napoleon, so I'll leave that as what it is. But, and I'm not a person that's like, if I come across some new research that finds out that, that Alexander the Great sacrificed babies or something like that. Yeah, what my opinion of him is definitely going to change. He's going to go in the bad guy category because, you don't do shit like that. Okay, you don't sacrifice children. Because first of all, sacrifice is not doing any good. All right. I'm looking at it from an agnostic point of view of their religion. There's no point in sacrificing people because I firmly believe it does not do any good. Wow, this is going to be tricky. All right, we can do this. All right, what is the smallest I have confidence in brush available I have? Might be this guy right here. Bring him to me. 7'7", 5'7". Okay, so that's like normal. I don't think we can judge any historical figures by modern standards of good and bad. Can you judge them? Can you judge historical figures by the standards of their day? Is it fair to do that? Is it fair to judge historical figures by the standards of their day? I think so. I think that's what you should judge them by. All right, we need to put a line here. It's going to have an arrowhead on top of it. And I'll be honest with you, I may not be able to pull this off. But I am fully prepared to punt on this one. Watching you and Mitch play the Jews, playing World of Tanks, and watching you paint all at once. Well, World of Tanks is pretty boring. So I don't blame you doing something else at the same time. Only way to judge historical figures through the lens of their own era. A lot of modern people cannot do that, unfortunately. It's too hard for them. Yeah, well, I'm not really interested in what people have to say that don't remember a world without the internet. Because that was, and I'm not that old, but so I rewatched a movie that I'd only seen once. And I meant to do it earlier, but I just hadn't. I hadn't rewatched it until now. I was actually going to show it to my daughter, and it's a good thing I didn't because it's extremely, extremely violent. And I don't know if there's any violence in it for the sake of violence, but I have pretty thick skin, I think, and I had to look away a couple times, and that was Apocalypto. And the problem with movies is everything is glamorized. They'll exaggerate certain things and not exaggerate other stuff, and I just can't help but Alexander is quite a person. Pretty noble megalomania. Pretty. So I'm watching Apocalypto, and I'm thinking, I'm not. I'm not judging them by today's standards. I'm judging them by standards of the days, or even before. Right? You should be able to judge people. Well, assuming you communicate with the outside world, because that's the other thing is that the new world had no contact with. They hadn't used the wheel for transport and stuff like that. So they're really advanced in a lot of things and not in others. Because, not sharing information. Just like when I was talking about when I used to do my basing, my 20 millimeter figures. The painting looks good, but the basing is barbarically simple. Well, I didn't have the internet to share ideas with other people. Somebody may have come up with a really good idea and I didn't know about it. That's, So, so I'm watching this and I'm thinking, is there any other civilization? And I know it's a mix between the Mayans and the Aztecs. Whatever. The Mayans were brutal too. They just weren't on such a big a scale. But they were around a lot longer. But anyhow, I'm thinking, is there any other culture? Is there any other time period in DBA that I would less want to live under than them? And they make the Mongols seem like I can't imagine. I can't imagine living in something that I would dislike more than that. Should grab my copy of the Campaigns Alexander by Arian. Feel like reading that again. Yeah. If you guys are into Audible, there's a guy that does there's a professor that does a lecture on Alexander. It's like a 27-part. I know that sounds horribly boring. It's not. It's really good, and he's a very animated professor. And don't ask me who he is, but I don't remember what his name is right now. But I've listened to a couple of his lectures, and he covers everything. Because that's the nice thing about covering people that cover other things is you don't have to read all the source material, assuming they're not being assuming they're being fair. And not trying to push an agenda, which is what I like. Just tell me what happened. I just want a good story, and I want it to be true. That's it. That's all I'm asking. Tell me what really happened. That's probably as good as I'm going to be able to get in here. Now let's lighten this up, and I'll show you guys what I'm dealing with here. He wrote a 60-page research paper on Alexander's campaign just for fun. Well, it talks about his coinage and stuff like that. Things that aren't very exciting, you know. Like, reading about the Byzantines and stuff. I don't really care about the controversy of the iconoclast and that kind of stuff, you know. But I know it's an integral part, but that's not the interesting part. So what we plan on doing is quartering this guy's cloth, and we're gonna, since his shield is quartered, we're gonna do the same thing on his on the caparisoned. So that's what the plan is gonna be to do. So the question is just decide which quarter is going to be up here first. Is it going to be the blue and white stripes, or is it going to be the arrowhead type symbol? And whichever one is here, it'll be on the opposite quarter in the back. So I think I'm going to do the blue and white stripes up here. So let's go ahead and grab this color. And yeah, I just can't imagine having anybody as a neighbor. Like, say you're doing a civilization. Let's say you're playing one of those civilization games. Who do you not want next to you? I mean, the Aztecs make having the Mongols as a neighbor a good idea. I'd rather, because it seems like I mean, and I'm not a Mongol lover, okay? But you know, the main thing is you just didn't need to stand up. You know, Mongols come knocking and said, hey, you need to be our bitch. You go right ahead and be their bitch, because if you fight them and you don't win, you're going to have a bad day. You're going to have a really, really bad day. But some people will kill you. Well, even if you come onto their side, like, well, we need to sacrifice you. Well, wait a second. We willingly came over to you. Oh, we don't care. Yeah. Okay, so we got to do some interesting things here. Let's do this quarter back here to be the stripes. All right. So we're going to paint this whole thing in this dark, you know, and the reason I'm doing this color and not the blue is because it's going to be harder to cover the blue with this lighter color. So this quarter is going to be the blue and white stripes, of which there's only going to be 3. And when I come up to the neck here, I'm going to have to pick a spot where to end it, because I don't think I want to keep going up the neck with the stripes. And I'll show you what I mean when I get there. So we're going to paint all this. And this may look like ass, okay? So I reserve the right to repaint this thing if it looks like shit. So the only advantage is I've got a clue when things start going sideways, and I'm not going to be happy with it. All right, so at some point, I'm going to have to cut this off. So I think I'm just going to do something like this. And I don't know what I'm going to do with the neck color. Actually, I don't know what I'm going to do with the neck color. Let me think. I could make it split as well. That would be kind of cool. But there's not going to be any of the blue color up there. It would just be white on this side. This is the kind of stuff I do all the time in my head. Like, okay, if we do this, then this needs to be that. Let's just wing it, okay? I haven't corrected something in a long time, so here goes. And that's the whole point in painting this army for me, is to do Polish type stuff on it. If I'm just going to make them generic medieval, that's not going to make me interested in painting the army. That's just boring for me. Yes, some people want to do that. That's fine. But not my cup of tea. Okay, and just so we can wrap our head around it, we're going to go ahead and do the same thing with the red. Okay, so we've got quartered there and quartered there. And it's only 3 stripes. I only see 3, so I'm not going to put like 12 stripes down here. Okay, because I'm only going to have one of the arrowhead emblems. It's not like I'm going to put 12 of them there either. It's not like it's, say, a French king with a fleur-de-lis where they're all over the place. Going to depart now. My sinus headache's gotten to the point where I can finally sleep. Excellent. Yeah. I had a little bit of a headache, and mine's going away, so I think I did the right thing not drinking coffee and dehydrating myself more. Okay. We got that. Let's go ahead and do the red. So yeah, Mitch got a little bit better about talking about what he's doing. He's still not used to it. Maybe I'm more used to it because of programming like this. I don't mind talking to myself. I'm not going to say I do it frequently, but I'm always thinking. So I'm never like not thinking. Now it could be useless stuff about wargaming. You know, it's not like I'm trying to solve the world's problems or something. But I'm always thinking. So if I'm doing something that's multifaceted, maybe something that involves, say, maybe doing work ahead of time, or I'm going on vacation at work and it's multi-step, and I need to kind of work my way through it, I'll talk to myself. And it's, I call it self-coaching. It just keeps you on track a lot better. And I'm used to that. And I'm kind of doing that here as well, obviously. And I find it helpful to kind of voice the voices in your head. And I don't mean that from I'm a crazy standpoint, but just to kind of organize your thoughts. So I enjoy doing that in a battle. I don't care if it helps my opponent. And I don't know, maybe he's just not used to it, or he's afraid that he's going to help me. I'm not really paying attention to what the hell he's saying. I'm not that interested in, I'll make fun of, hey, you're 5 games. He's actually 5 games behind me, so he better be careful. He's going to be doing all the filming. That's the big joke. I don't give a shit if he passes me. He's still only winning half the time. We've got almost as many games we have playing each other, and there's only a difference of 5 games between us. We're basically drawing every game. So, but I don't care to give information to my opponent, because what's more annoying is I do a video and people said, oh, well, you shouldn't have done that. You should have done this other thing. I would rather bring it up and cover that it was one of my options, that I was aware of it, and then just decided not to do that and give you the reasons why I decided not to do that. So I would rather let my opponent win than listen to I told you so's later, So, yeah. Anyhow, I enjoy it. I enjoy talking about the things that, the moves I could make, and the whys. Now, if we had a cameraman, we could like zoom in on certain things when they were happening. That would be even better. But I think before I get crazy, I'm not going to lighten either one of them up. So here's what you got. You got a horse that's quartered, red and white. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do the red one first. And we're going to have that. We're going to call it an arrowhead symbol, although that's probably not accurate. I'm not sure what the hell it's a symbol of, but you'll get a better view of it here than that tiny little shield. All right. Here goes. So, I really wish I had the technology or the means to do these videos 10 years ago or 15 years ago, where I didn't have to take my glasses on and off when I was looking at the screen. But unfortunately, it's either that or you do this, but that's going to hurt my neck. So, I have DVMM list on a PC. It keeps you occupied during the day. I used to travel, and I still travel with, and at travel I mean, going to work and stuff, with my DVA book. So much that my original one I think the bottom of my backpack got wet, and it soaked it up. And I still have my original 2.2, but I wore that thing out. And it was just like, you're like, oh, I wonder, what about these guys? So you go and you look at stuff. But that was kind of before we had the internet at our fingertips. you know, where you could just pull it off your phone all the time, and yeah, it is entertaining, and I had a copy of the DBM books online that I had access to everywhere. I don't know if I still have it everywhere on my phone, but I got the physical books too. I just hate using a book and it getting destroyed. You know, I got a phobia about that. All right, so we've got this arrowhead here. All right, so let's just drop a line right here. Okay, and it's going to have two things that come out of it. And then it has two little tails. And it has a line across it just above the split. And I don't like how that turned out. I want to open up the top a little bit more. Let's come in here. How do we get a little furry thing? No, we need darker than that. This is so forgiving. We'll come back to it while that red dries a little bit. I wanted it a little bit more open. Again, let's draw line there. Do the tail. Do a line above the tail. That's better. That's how we want it we want it a little bit more open. Well, that's what it looks like there. I'm not inventing my own heraldry. It'd be a lot cooler if I could do that. Now, let's fill this in a little bit more. And then we'll fill the red around it. Watching your games, think about what moves I would make, and then you come up with something I hadn't thought of. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. So I've watched other people play. Like when I'm watching the other people play, like if there's four of us, and I think that's going to happen on tomorrow, unfortunately. And I don't mean by, I don't like being, it's just difficult for filming. I'm like empty-headed watching, like if I'm watching Marty or somebody play, I'm just not really worried about, it's their problem to worry about what's next. Maybe I just played too much and I don't worry about that stuff, but I think we all play different. I don't really know what Mitch's playing style is. I've said this before. I've played him so many times. I don't even worry about it. I kind of do what works for me. And I really enjoyed the battles of previous time where I did, what was it? Was it the Horde thing? I think it was the Horde thing where I used the Moldavian army. And that Moldavian commander, he's a sissy fighter, but he's super good at. He did it. He did a really good job of keeping everybody in command, and I think that's critical. I think that's real important. DBM more complicated, or is it more like Impetus and Basic? Two games, different approach. Well, I don't know how Impetus and Basic Impetus is. I have Basic Impetus, and I haven't gotten even in a whirl. But DBMM is much more complicated. I've said it before. I think we would like it, or Mitch and I would like it. I can't speak for everybody else. Mitch and I would definitely like it. I would really definitely like it, but I just don't have it in me to start. To figure it out. I'd end up playing the game so many times wrong. It's extremely unsatisfying to play the game wrong. But I have the rules, and maybe one day I'll do something with them. But it won't be to play DBM. But if I do something with it, it'll be free. And if I do something with it and use DBM as inspiration, I would admit that I use DBM as inspiration. Not like some people that basically steal somebody else's work and then they can't refer to the game in that way. They ended up calling a legacy system or something like that. The legacy rules. You can do whatever you want, but it just doesn't sit well with me. You know, I have no problem with Phil Barker. I think he's a genius. I think he's, his fault is he just assumes people can understand his writing style. You know, it's more like it's his sentence organization more than writing style, because if you look at one of his sentences, they make sense, but you start jumbling like 7 thoughts into one sentence, and then you only repeat it in one time. The guy's a genius. There's no doubt about it. But his writing style is not conducive to most people's understanding. So, and I would tell him that. I have no problem saying the things I feel and tell him to, because I'm committed to, I'm committed to what I really feel like, so why wouldn't you give credit to people that are like it, I don't know. You ever meet me? I'm the same way in person. It's too complicated being somebody different. But yeah, if I ever take his work and do something with it, it would be free, and I wouldn't make army list. You got to use his stuff, so he still gets the revenue, or his estate gets the revenue. It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. So he's given me a lot of joy in what he's done. I wouldn't be having all this fun if it wasn't for Phil Barker's work. So you got to be honest with yourself and say, Anyhow. Legacy system. Every time I see that, it's like dancing around shit. It's like anytime you see something and it's like, just tell me what you think instead of dancing around shit. More complicated base structure, same, more variety of troops. Troops can be superior, ordinary attack. And it has cool stuff. It has a lot of cool stuff like it has cool stuff like weather. Weather's a particularly cool one. So you think you're fighting the same battle, and next thing you know, it's raining, which can affect certain things. I said, I would appreciate all those things. Dirk's got to run the game. Dirk, I'm giving you some credit that you know how to play the game well. So that, when a couple dumbasses like us show up to play, All right, we got to split this comparison in three. So we're gonna have. Let's get this. Let's get closer in here. I actually don't need to look at this anymore. So let's go ahead and close the screen. And let's get crazy. Let's get crazy. Let's start slinging some paint. So this section here needs to be split into three. So we know we're going to have some blue paint here, and we know we're going to have some blue paint here. So at what point does it split? So let's just drop a line like this. I'm saying that a lot lately. Is that from my drafting coming back? Just drop a line. And then this whole top portion is going to be, ooh, that paint's a little too wet. Wow, that never happens. It really doesn't. I don't experience the... It's alive. Here we go. Hold on. Let's make the programming a little bit more useful. All right. How do we get all these parts in place? All right. Let's jack that up. Let's move this over. Straighten it out. And can we go? No, that's the wrong direction. That makes zero sense. That makes zero sense that I have to move it that way instead of the other way. Okay. Okay. Oh, is this all like... Let's make sure this thing is tight. Flank marches, weather, ambushes. Oh yeah, we like all that stuff. Stuff that happened in real life. All right, now with my glasses on. Okay. Maybe that'll be better for you guys. Well, it's in my face, so I'm not sure. Reducing each one of these by a tiny little bit. That's about right. It's about right proportion-wise. Let's do the same up front. Now here's the tricky one. I'm actually not going to be able to continue like that. It's like in me. It's like in me. That's what she said. Hey, this isn't children's programming. We're here to have a good time. Let's straighten this up like this. Mr. Barker did an interview in the last slingshot. Allies can change sides or be unreliable and won't move. Yeah, that's some cool stuff right there. Okay. We got to decide where the top is going to be. I think the top, I'm going to call it here. Okay, so that means we're going to have a section like that, and a section like that. Make this one a little bit bigger. This thinner is amazing for doing stuff like that. Just the paint flows really well with it. It's also really good at thinning things like that. It just happened. I want a little darker. I know, I could have almost probably been done with this horse if I would have just done something simple, but that's not the point. Not for me, anyways. All right, that's how we're going to do his striping. Let me put my glasses, make sure it's in. It looks so much darker on your screen than mine. I gotta take a little potty break. I'll be right back. Let me rinse this brush so we don't have any live paint on there. Drying it out. And we'll be right back. Okay. Oh, all right, hey Carl. Good luck out there, man. Stay safe. Keep your head down. All right. Let's lighten this up a little bit. think we just lightened this up. I don't think we went to the full, we didn't go to the full shebang, I don't think. No, I'm actually going to try something. I don't know if I'll be successful. I want to make sure when we do this, it's kind of watery. Let me. We're going to do vertical lines kind of towards the end of this to make it look like it's cloth more than longitudinal. Turn around, go to this side. Let's take this and brighten it up a tiny little bit more. That may be too much. I'm almost certain there's some beautiful colors in here. Again, you guys aren't seeing the same thing I'm seeing. Yeah, yours looks like it's got less green in it. Let's do the same thing with the white. Let me take a look at this. I'm really not even looking at it. I think it's going to work. I think this is going to turn out to be a win. I still have a ton of drop frames. What else with it? 39 skipped frames. I don't know. Stream quality is good. Stream is experiencing issues. Why? There's nothing else going on here. Let me do one thing. Let me minimize this. Let's see if we've got a window open. I do have this one. I don't think it would make any difference. I'm going to go ahead and close it. Seems like the morning, there's more issues than in the evenings. Unfortunately, the morning is where my prime paint time is. Let's mix some more gray and lighten it up. All right, bring this up again. Let me a rainy day today. Looking that way. watching you and Mitch play third game. What'd you think of the first two? First one was insane. That first game was absolutely insane. I don't know if I've ever enjoyed losing as much as I did in the first game. I was absolutely crazy. Just when you think you've seen it all, you haven't seen it all. Okay, let's go to red. So, this is what we're looking at so far. I was thinking it'd probably be cool to do a little video of all the little terrain played a big part. Terrain plays a big part in all the games. The terrain plays a big part. Maybe not the last one so much. But it does, but it doesn't. No spoilers. A game devoid of terrain is not very interesting to watch. You don't have to fight in the terrain. It just needs to have needs to affect all your decisions and stuff like that to be useful. So one thing I said I was going to talk about at the very beginning and never got a chance to, I just realized, was this video. Uploading it. Oh my gosh. So normally what I prefer to do is, in a perfect world, we'll film a game at night. Well, in a perfect world, we wouldn't film a game at night, but we film a game at night, Friday night, and I come and edit it when I get back. And that's generally what I like to do. And I've got to edit it, which doesn't take very long. It's actually, of all the steps, probably the quickest process. And then I do what I like to call crunching, which I don't like to do it. It does it. You've got to compress the file in order for it to be sent out to YouTube, and that can take anywhere between 20 minutes to an hour, roughly, and then it gets sent to YouTube. And you can do the YouTube, sending it out to YouTube overnight. So in other words, I can, go to bed and leave that doing it. And when YouTube gets a hold of it, they'll start processing it. So you make the video, you edit the video, you condense it so that it can be shipped off. You upload it to YouTube. And then YouTube gets a hold of it and they do their own formatting it, and then boom, it's available to watch. The process that it took for once YouTube got a hold of it to process it took like 8 hours. So they must have been tied up doing stuff with drone footage or something, but YouTube was not very responsive. So they got a hold of it probably about noon. because we did the painting show yesterday. We then, as soon as we were done, we crunched it, sent it up to YouTube. They had it about noon. It wasn't available until like 7 p.m. So I guess maybe 7 hours they were crunching it. It was just driving me crazy. At least my phone wasn't tied up or anything, but it was pretty crazy. I think I'm well enough. I need to go ahead and put some coffee on the stove. So I'll be right back. It's gonna be a short break, and maybe this internet will straighten out because right now it's pretty jerky. So will be to be continued. I like that. I leave, and there's no people here. There's more people here than when I was on. Perfect timing. Now we're back with coffee. I had to wait for the coffee to be made. I had to eat something. I woke up under the weather, and I wouldn't call it under the weather, but I had a beer last night, late. One. And I felt like crap this morning, dehydrated. So I never drink. Don't think I recall y'all ever running the early Imperial Army before. We have. I think it's on a video where they fight the Germans in the forest, and I play the Romans, I think, and Mitch plays the Germans. Yeah. It seems to me that is probably, it's one of my least favorite Roman armies. First of all, you have to do what I like to call a choice from hell. A choice from hell is anything where you get a choice of troops, but you can only replace one, and you'd like to have all four of them. But that core of 4 blade and 3 solid auxilia, that choice from hell is the one where they can have a lancer, a unit of knights, an artillery piece, a bow, or a saloy, and you'd really like to have them all. You could probably do away with not having the lancer, but you'd like to have a bowman, you'd like to have a skirmisher because it's the only one you have, and you'd like to have an artillery piece, but an artillery piece is probably not the most useful one because they're not usually fighting bowmen. Here's a question. What did artillery normally do in ancient battle, other than siege stuff? When there was artillery in an open field battle in ancient times, what did the artillery actually do? In other words, was it take out bowmen? Because that's what it is in DBA. It takes out bowmen. I'm wondering what that is. Huh. Yeah. Let's adjust this. There we go. And we have used Imperial. It used to be a lot more popular army, and the troop composition has never really changed. I've got one to build. I've got Old Glory figures to do. For one, Mitch already has. He probably can field 2 of them. I just feel like solid auxilia don't represent the troop type really well. It's almost like they should be you can keep them as 3s. You can keep them the same numbers, but then they should get a +1 if they have a solid element next to them. And they get a +1 to foot if they have a solid element next to them. It would probably be a little bit more accurate for them. They're just too damn slow. And if you're going to punish them with being slow, at least put 2 auxilia next to each other that can be a pair of 4s if they're holding hands, so to speak. Or next to a blade, they can be a 4 against foot. Because when you have a blade that contacts them, and it's a 5 to 3, 5 to 3 is pretty catastrophic. The 3 is going to get hosed. It depends what the 3 rolls. The 3 can't survive rolling a 1 or a 2. It just can't. Generally speaking. Let's see if we can put this above it. Can we put this above it? That would certainly help. It would give me a little bit more breathing room. I think that's a hell of a lot better. For me. Caesar once said he saw a bolt kill 3 men, killing them pinned a 4th to a tree. Yeah, you're screwed if you're a bolt, if you get hit by one of those big-ass bolts. But what did they use it for in ancient battle? Did they use it to soften units and then, break them? The thing I hate about ancient history, like just say Julius Caesar, and he wrote a whole book on the Gauls, right? About his campaigns and the Gauls, but that's the only viewpoint we have. We don't have a Gaulish viewpoint. You don't have somebody else. It just it's a self-serving. It's the only thing you have, and it's going to be self-serving, and it doesn't show the whole picture, and that's kind of unfortunate that you have that. Not a big fan of Julius Caesar's campaigns. I just don't think the Gauls are that interesting. And a lot of it has to do with the troop types. They just don't have, in the game, they just don't have very many different troop types. But it's also the Romans aren't very interested in that period either. But anyhow, I'm not opposed to painting Gauls. I think it would be pretty cool. Too bad Mitch has so damn many of them. Because I'd want a unit of those naked blue dudes. DBMM artillery quick kill elephants, which is why watching you guys, I sometimes get confused about why you do what you do. But in DBA, artillery quick kills elephants also. I love using artillery against elephants. I don't know why Mitch doesn't like artillery. I do. I like everything. I think Solid Warband are kind of lackluster. They can't get anywhere where they need to be. Artillery quick kills. Artillery quick kills other artillery. And they also quick kill elephants. Yeah, you can't figure out what we do sometime. Mitch does crazy shit like charges knights and elephants and then wins. The only quick kill I'm willing to put up with is when heavy foot get quick killed by knights, because somebody's got to stand up to the knights. And I've been the knight so many times, and they just leave you hanging. But I don't think that we have battles where there's artillery and elephants in them very often, because as soon as, I'll tell you right now, if I'm running the elephants, you're not going to shoot at them with the artillery. That's going to be like my main thing. It's like, nope, we're playing keep away with you. Because that's such an obvious thing for the artillery to do that I'm just going to keep them from doing that. Likewise, I don't like my bow being shot at by artillery and not be able to respond. People should do some DBMM videos of gameplay. I know, they'd be super long. And you also don't realize how many things you get wrong until you're filming a video. Or I'll be guilty. Sometimes I'll say one thing but mean something else. I'm not being nefarious. I'm just being, incompetent and old. Just my mouth is running faster than my brain is going. All right, let's bring this red back up some more. Yeah, I'm still groggy. Man, I had one beer. It's not like I had it at midnight. I had it like at 8:30. That's why I don't drink, folks. But I bet if I would have had 12 ounces of whiskey, it'd probably be fine today. Okay, what are we gonna lighten this up with white or? I think I'm gonna use white. I don't think I'm gonna bring any yellow into the equation. This is already a red that is towards the orange spectrum a little bit, so I don't want this to turn thing. We've talked about filming DBM 100 game, same size DBA, but somehow just haven't gotten around to it. Drinking requires practice. Mitch can probably help. Now, Luke is the one. Luke can have a whole 6-pack, and he doesn't chase it with any water. I'm fine with drinking. I just don't do well with beer. I just have too many impurities. I'm telling you, if I have like whiskey, I could have like 10 ounces of whiskey, and I'll be fine. I'm not chugging it though. I don't know. And I don't call it hangover. I don't not call it hungover. I just have a twinge of a headache that won't go away. I get dehydrated. You know. So, yeah, what was Mitch drinking the other night? Peach Crown and regular Coke. I'd be dead. That much sugar and alcohol together? No. No, I could do alcohol, but it doesn't need to be sweet. I just don't want to drink at night, because it'd make me sleepy. Now, last night I didn't get sleepy, but oh well. It'll be over. It'll be over soon. It was a blessing because I woke up with a headache and I was like, oh shit, how am I going to go to work? And then it's like, oh, it's not a work day. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, it's not a work day. I remember the last time I went to Historicon, which was not last year or the year before, because they didn't have one. It was 2019, Friday night, so the first full day of Historicon. No, it's not true. Historicon is Thursday too. Anyways, it was Friday night. I ended up grabbing a beer there's a little Irish pub next door, and someone buys me a beer about midnight, and we got to be up at work like 9 o'clock. Didn't even have a buzz. Went to bed. We drove out to the back to the hotel. Went to bed. Woke up in the morning with the biggest freaking headache known to man. So bad that it was one of those that you just want to throw up just to feel better. And so I went down and had breakfast and came back up. Because I'm when we're traveling, I'm always the first one up. I'm not used to sleeping in, so I go have breakfast, come back, and I'm sick to my stomach, and I didn't think I was going to make it to Historicon that last day, but ended up throwing up in the room or whatever. Not to be graphic, but we leave, we go to the show, and we're unpacking the stuff for the car, and I'm not feeling great, and I ended up losing it in the parking garage, like I was a drunk or something like that, like I'd been drinking all night, and I had one beer, and I may have had a couple more earlier that day, but not more than two before. It doesn't settle well with me. I don't know if I need to, be conscious and make sure I hydrate or something like that, but it's starting to become where it's just a pain in the ass, and I rarely drink, and anyhow, so yeah, I always get the sickest I've been is because of having one beverage. I don't know. And then you got some people like Luke. Luke will come over. He'll have 6, 7 beers in a night. I don't know how he's alive. Doesn't seem to phase him. Doesn't get a headache. It just sucks. Hey, take it slow. No, whatever you do, don't take it slow because you'll be damned. But I don't want to have a drink in the evenings when I go over there because I got to drive back. And I don't want to get sleepy. It's not like I can't, well, if I have one, I'll have 12. Nah, I've got really good self control. I don't think I'm gonna ever be one of those people that has a substance abuse problem. My substance abuse problem is food. I like to eat. I like to eat regular stuff. Regular food, not you know drinking. I don't have any of that runs in my family as far as alcoholics or anything, so should be good. And just went out to dinner with a wife and had some appetizers, and we each had a drink, and that's all it took. Oh well. Hold on 1 second. Okay. The U.S. beer is so weak. Well, I'm just having it here. We have access to we have access to beer in other places. I don't drink. I'm not drinking Budweiser. I don't think it has to do with the weakness, the weakness of it. I think there's just impurities in there that my body just doesn't like. I think there's just stuff in there it doesn't like. Because I can drink Scotch and be fine. It's something about I don't know. And sometimes it affects me, and sometimes it doesn't. And it doesn't have to do with weakness because beer is a lot weaker. Any kind of beer is a lot weaker than Scotch, and beer will mess me up more than Scotch ever will. But Scotch, whiskey, any of that stuff. Okay. As I like to say, I like to talk about drinking more than actually drinking. Again? Okay. Daughter had to go somewhere. I didn't even know she had to go somewhere. Well, she's on her own. She's doing doing that stuff on her own. I went to bed before anybody else last night, and nobody told me there was any plans this morning. So I'm just kind of chugging along here. Well, we should have a painting extravaganza in about a month. Maybe it's 3 weeks. They're gonna do some spring break stuff, and I won't be joining them. So we'll have lots of evenings where we'll do some painting. Since I got a lot of painting, I'm gonna try to hit the gym before we do that, so we can do a little of both. Usually, there's not time to do both things, but we should be able to paint every evening for half of a week, anyways. I've been doing it pretty often, anyways. That's when nobody else is around. You don't have to worry about their feelings. They're not here. You just stay. I feel like painting. All right, let's paint. Not like, hey, we're not doing anything, are we? No. Okay, I'm gonna go paint. All right. And nobody's around. You just jump in. I don't know if I'm gonna lighten this up anymore. I think it's about where I'm happy with it. I'm about happy with that. Let's lighten up the arrowhead symbol. We call this the arrowhead symbol, even though it isn't. It's something or another. Yeah, I'm never drinking domestic beer if I'm drinking beer. So it's something you guys haven't heard of or whatever. It's not just like Australian Greg says, Foster's is for import. Nobody there drinks it. Well, I could say the same, but we're not drinking Bud Light or God, that stuff's awful. Wine. I want to like wine, but boy, wine is just kills me. I went to where was it that I went to? Was it the doctor? Yeah, the doctor last year. They did like an intensive study on. Well, not specifically for it, but like, well, we're gonna go ahead and pull your blood and do an allergy test. I'm like, sure, why not? And they said had a mild wheat allergy. So I'm trying to stay away from wheat beers, which is a shame because that's what I really, really like. But I'm like, well, I don't want a headache. Still got one. Yeah, I'd love to see a DBMM 100 game. Or at least a play-by-play. If you had like an outline, like, okay, first you do this, you roll for weather. Okay, then you do this, then you do this, not jumbled all in a sentence and. Kind of like how they had the computer moderated advanced squad leader rules. People think advanced squad leader is really complicated. I never thought it was. I may now if I did it, or if I film games and realize 90% of the game we're playing incorrectly. Yeah, that wouldn't be very satisfying. But this one guy that I knew wanted to play Advanced Squad Leader in the early 90s, or maybe it was the mid 90s. Anyhow, there was a computer automated Advanced Squad Leader, and it would tell you, okay, you'd move from phase to phase, and you hit, you it would be like a checklist. Did you do this? Did you do this other thing? Did you do the other thing? Did you do the other thing, like that? And it was helpful. I could see for, if you're playing like a basic scenario, you don't really need it. Okay, good luck. Love you. If you're playing a basic scenario, you don't really need it. But if you're doing something really complicated with the weather and sniper this and special rules and all this kind of stuff, but I never really cared for it because it had a function where it could roll the dice for you automatically. Well, no, I should say you got the hit enter or the space bar and it would roll for you. And the guy I played with was a big ASL aficionado, which was great because I was really into it at the time as well. But he refused to roll his own, because you could roll your own dice and enter the score, and he wanted the computer automatically do it because he's one of these guys that was all like freaked out about the dice probability and shit like that. Dice are going to do weird stuff. Okay, there's really weird stuff that happen in real life. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's the actual probability of it happening. It was just the odds are it just happened. Back when we used to do a lot of naval warfare gaming, when all our miniatures was basically naval gaming in the early 90s. We did a Battle of Denmark Strait one time. For those of you guys that don't know, shame on you, you should know what that is. But that's the Prince Eugen and the Bismarck fights the Hood and the Prince of Wales. And everybody should know what happens in that battle historically. But if not, I'll just recap it. Bismarck got a lucky hit. I remember back in the day that the story was it was actually the Eugen that got a lucky hit on the Hood and set something off and blew her up. Anyways, it's a freak accident, right? Because you've got an older battle cruiser. Still, the Hood had a bigger displacement than Bismarck, believe it or not. It was a big ship. And Prince Eugen's just a heavy cruiser. So historically, the way that the battle played out was not how it would show up on the tabletop. But we played it one time, and Bismarck got a hit on the Hood and blew her up, like at the same time that they were turning. Never played it again. But the odds of that happening is you got to land a hit, and you got to hit a location that can blow up, and then you got to roll I think it's 4 or less on a percentile, and it happened. So there's a chance of it happening. So, the thing is how much, if you're designing a game, how much of that reality is going to translate, or that freak accident is going to translate into your game? Is Hood more likely to blow up than other ships, or it was just a lucky hit? How do you want to represent that in a game, So, and freak accidents would happen all the time in games, even before DBA. I always say that, the 6-1 split and stuff like that happens. But when we were doing naval warfare, I was big on destroyers and torpedoes, just because people just, like Saloy, people are like, they're just destroyers. Who gives a shit about them? Well, they carry torpedoes, and torpedoes can hit the big boys, and the big boys can blow up from a torpedo hit. And it's not very likely, but it happens frequently enough that if I'm playing the big boy, I'm not letting you get a torpedo strike on my ass, But same thing. Things are really unlikely, and they happen, kind of stuff. I had a friend of mine who was notorious for abandoning ships after they got a small fire on his ship, and it's really unlikely for that to happen, but it happened to him, And that's why I like to film games, because all kinds of really unusual things happen that nobody would believe until you see them there with your very eyes. And the first battle that we played of the classical Jewish ones, that's a perfect example. The stuff that happened in that battle just is unbelievable. So I've never had so much fun losing a game. That was just out of control. you want to win, but then after a while, you're like, man, you want to root for the other guy to just go all the way because it's out of control what happens. But that stuff happens very frequently in games, and honestly, is the excitement of it. You never know what's going to happen. I don't know about those hardbocks crashing into elephants head on with knights. I just. I'm not saying I wouldn't do stuff like that. I just can't take those risks all the time. I just don't have it in me. I don't have it in me. Okay, so how did we do? How does this look? Let's get a closer view of it. We're gonna start because we're gonna start painting his armor. I think that's to the point where I'm happy with it. I may tinker with it a little bit more, do some highlighting, but let me watch the screen so I make sure I get it in the screen. Let's bring this up a little bit more. Let's do this. It's on daylight. Too much. There we go. I've got a little boo-boo here on that stripe. We'll fix that in a second. And your shield is quartered as well. I don't know. We'll see what it looks like finished painting. Let's go ahead and fix that boo-boo before we forget about it. And let's zoom this. Zoom this out. Is it even a boo-boo? I don't even know if that's a boo-boo. Oh, that's what I was talking about right here. There we go. All right, back to painting that metal. Let me take a look at this. I should be able to open another window here. Okay. So getting back to the question before, because I just got to come up with stuff to talk about. I don't want to fall asleep. So if you guys want to bring something up, that's not controversial. But anyhow, yeah, I don't like to talk about. I'm not going to make a video about, what's going on over there, because I don't want to be. It's not that I got to be right. I don't want to be influenced by what we're allowed to see. What are we missing? What's the other part of the story? I'm not saying you. I'm not saying one guy's. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense how things have played out. So I'm open to. I'm open to not to dialogue, but I'm open to when there's new things that come out, not to be dismissive of them. I don't know. I don't like. I dislike this ancient history and stuff where it's only has one point of view. I don't like book one armies. There's nothing either written about them or something was written out about them from only one viewpoint, and it's a little too one-sided. And I was actually fine with it. I didn't have that attitude right off the bat, but the very first thing that happened is they had those people that surrendered on that island, and then they were killed, the last man, and then 5 days later, they were captured, and it was like stop, get your facts right before you go and report them, or at least say, don't be so quick to judge. Don't be so quick to judge. Let's not forget the little glove that's back here. So we got game night tomorrow. Marty's supposed to be coming into town, so it's probably going to be Mitch and Scott and Marty and myself. So it's going to be a day where I don't get a lot of sleep that night because I'm sure we're going to be out there way too late. And then I'm the only one that's got to work the next day. That's not true. Scott's got to work the next day. But he works from home, so that doesn't count. Must away, work in the morning. Oh, my condolences. Well, I do too, but I got almost all of my day left. See you next time, Dirk. Be well. Theme for tomorrow, Asian persuasion. We're going to do a primer to one of the events that we do at our event. It's going to be, everybody's got to pick an Asian army, but India doesn't count. So it's got to be China, Korea, Southeast Asia, Japan, Tibet, one of those armies. So I've got an army I'm going to be playing that I haven't used on video. It is an army that is going to use some troops that from a DBA army that I have not been able to convert to 3.0 and probably won't because it changed significantly. So I'll be using some of my Koreans for that. But we'll see. And if I really like them, I may build that army after the Byzantines. So we'll see. I try not to think about too much about the future because I may get a wild hair up my ass and decide not to do them next. But the Bizzies are definitely next after these guys. So, all right, good night, Dirk, and be safe. And I missed a little bit of the chainmail here around this guy's neck. Shame on me. You bring shame on your family. Oriental adventures. I think you can't use that word anymore. People get all up in arms, which means I should use it. Orientals. I got nothing wrong with Orientals. I drive an Oriental vehicle. I would not think of doing anything other than that. Yeah. You got to be able to disconnect, their feelings towards people in government and the country. I've got nothing against Chinese people. I just don't want to buy their products that are being, manipulated. I have no problem with ancient Chinese armies. I love them. They're super cool. Other than their flags suck. They have flag issues, but I love it. I love Asian armies. Absolutely. So. While this guy's drying a little bit, let me go check the rifle unit and see if she's up. Just a moment. Okay. Lots of interruptions today, but hey, pick up the pace talking about stuff and don't get interrupted so much. I'll be like, hey, leave me alone. I'm trying to get this done, but now we need to wait for this guy to null oil up anyways. All right. What color? So this guy has a white lance, so we don't want to do white. Let's do a buff colored lance on this one. It's still a light color, which is really what I want, but it's not the same light color. So I do have any live buff? We do not. Let's go ahead and pull some of that out, or something like that. It could be the dark sand, just something that has a little bit of a other color than that. Oriental Adventures. Yeah, you can't use that anymore. Or people get upset. Well, people just need to get some thicker skin. I don't get all bent out of shape because people say something. Asian Persuasion. Yeah, that's tomorrow night. You guys won't see it tomorrow. It'll be filmed tomorrow, and hopefully it'll be up. Hopefully it'll be up the following day. Who knows? Because this new, it took a long time to process the video, for YouTube to process it. A long time, like 7 hours yesterday. That was way too long. And it's even worse for me because I know the video's coming. You guys have no clue. You know? I try not to announce our Fridays because they're kind of a last minute thing. And so I've shot the video on Friday. I know there's a video coming. I've already edited the video. I want you guys to see it, but man, I was sitting on my hands all day long yet waiting for that to come up. So check that out. Some cool stuff happened. Really haven't had any problem with any viewers here on my channel. Maybe everybody's old school person like me, or maybe they just have common sense and realize, let the idiot do whatever he wants on his channel. Which is what there's lots of stuff I see that I don't like. I don't make comments on other people's stuff, You can gauge whether you're welcome or not, I was even watching I think I was watching some footage one time. I forget exactly what it is. Maybe I just blocked it. And these guys, it was a video that was on something historical related that I was watching it because I don't watch political crap. And it was something historical related. And the guy must have been a World War II thing or something like that. And the guy whose channel it was, I realized after looking at his comments and his slant of his video, he was like a devout communist. I'm like, well, I don't need to go at it with him on on his channel. It's his channel. He can do whatever the hell he wants. But if he got his way, yeah, you wouldn't be able to say anything in the opposite viewpoint of that. Just like to point that out, when there's freedom of speech, the communists can get their words out. But if there's communism, then the other people can't get their word out. Interesting how that works. But anyhow, I'm not going to debate him on his channel. He could do whatever the hell he wants, I'm just not going to follow you anymore. I don't think I was following him to begin with, but, watched a video yesterday, just out of curiosity. I was actually out of morbid curiosity. I actually didn't speed ahead to see what it was, and it was something like a history guy that was ranking all the U.S. presidents or whatever. And he had kind of this little, he had this split thing, had his video going on, and he had a screen where it had their little portraits, and he was putting them, kind of giving them a grade or whatever. And it was just kind of cursory, and I'm like, I was part of me was just expecting like some kind of a train wreck, and he was actually really civilized about the way he did it, and did not do it in a controversial fashion. So I mean, I think there's a lot of ways to discuss or bring up things that are controversial, and just not be a dick about it. I mean, there's, you know, like I said, I don't necessarily have a problem talking about what's going on over there in the other part of the world, but you know, you need to be conscious that, you know, we may not have the whole picture. And to think that we do, I think is a little naive. I mean, you're still allowed to have that point, but I'm still sitting on my hands, just wondering, you know, what exactly is going on. Luckily, I'm not really affected by it. I'm not stressed out, or, you know, I get enough stress from work. I don't need to worry about current events that I can't control. But I think a lot of people can have really polarizing opinions about things, and if you don't have meaningful dialogue, it's only going to polarize people even more. So, and a lot of people just, they take whatever it is that they see, and it's like the word of God. And, you know, you need to just take everything into consideration, I think, to and I'm not necessarily an anti-media person, but we believe the media 100% until they started lying to us. Just think about that for a second. You know, and sometimes they lie to you with things you want to hear. Well, that's still a lie. So take everything into consideration. Make your own, form your own opinion. I couldn't work at a place like that. I'd have a hard time working at a place like that. I'd have a hard time working in a place where, you know, say you're a reporter and you see A, B, C, or D or whatever. Want to put that on the news and let people know what's going on, right? And then your editor or whoever's above you is like, nah, we're not going to show that because that's going to influence how we want people to think. This is just wrong. I just couldn't do that. Just like I couldn't defend somebody who I knew was guilty if I was an attorney. I couldn't do it. And is there other people that can do that? Sure, but it wouldn't be. It won't be me. I have no problem sleeping at night unless I have one beer and then I have a headache, which is what last night was. Actually, I slept fine and I woke up and it's going away slowly, but I don't appreciate being lied to. I don't lie to people. I don't not you know I don't want to. I don't want to lie to people and tell it like it is. It gets me into trouble at work sometimes. Tell it like it is. But All right, now we'll go and highlight this. Highlight his armor, his armor. Why'd they decide to spell those English names and drop the U's in them? I've said it before. I like American pronunciation, but I like English spelling. I like U in armor or color. Just looks better. And never really had a problem with folks on my channel. Don't want to have a problem with them. Had a couple of people or robots or whatever came by a few years ago and said some controversial stuff about trying to equate my game to what's happening in real life. But other than that, I really had no problem. I think people here know how to behave. You know, and I behave on other people's channels, so, you know. That's not what we're here for. We're not here to cause problems. We're here to unite in hobbies. I don't go on the miniatures page anymore, but I think that was a big problem there, as people just devolved into arguing about shit. Well, that's what happens when you have all these different news groups that are not related to wargaming. Good morning, Mr. Steven. You know, when I started doing the miniatures page, I was only doing World War II stuff. And people, you know, just be real like, I can't believe you're using those set of rules. Those suck. And, you know, it's like, geez, man, if you don't like something, just go the other way. Go start your own thing. And then you start adding like current event. I don't want to go to the miniatures page and talk about current events or food. Those hot dogs suck. I can't believe you eat them. Come on, man. All right. Is there any bronze left? Of course there isn't. It's dried up. Fresh out. Let's see. Can I see what that glass is? I can't. That's old gold. Bronze must be deeper in the hole. Yeah, there's lots of stuff I see that I don't like. I don't feel like I need to comment on it. I don't even want to bring it up on this channel. I could be one of those people that there was a post somewhere else. I forget where it was reason. It made on this big tirade of how are we going to get women into the hobby? And I'm like, man, why are you pandering to a group where there isn't anybody there? And I'm not saying that I wouldn't. I have no problem with women war. I've ran a couple tournaments, okay, and we had two where we had a female player. One of them, she even won the tournament. Well, good for her. Hopefully, she came back, and I think she was some kind of history teacher too. So she was kind of interested in that or something. But she won the tournament, and we're helping people out. Is even with new player. New player doesn't want to show up and just get their ass beat, you know. So people that play games, you know, they've got some intelligence. They just may not know how to play the rules. So, you kind of guide them, and sometimes they roll like smoking, But she won the tournament, but she hasn't come back. So, that's problems on a miniatures page. I will from time to say anything worthwhile hobby. Why is this present? Yeah, it was a good place to search for, like, hey, who makes figures for this? But it just turned into, it's difficult to search, and there's just people just being extra nasty, going out of their way, and there was like these, I don't know. I haven't been on there in a long time. I used to go on there really frequently before DBA in the early 2000s, say between 2000 and 2005. I was on there quite a bit, but they just, you shouldn't have to be banned. And it's people that are banned. You should know not to, nobody should be banned. The only trouble I've ever gotten with anything was I got banned for 30 days from advertising or something that I could still post on Facebook because I shared that meme that I've talked about it before. It's that awesome meme that has Churchill and Hitler in black and white, and it's got Churchill doing his V for victory symbol and Hitler doing the thing that he does, and it says scissors beats paper, and it was awesome. And I posted it like 3 years ago. It's not promoting that mustachioed bastard, okay? And 2 years after posting it, they're like, hey, we have a problem with this. Like, well, why didn't you catch it 2 years ago? And it's a great meme. Oh. And that's the only trouble I've ever gotten with anything on any board at all. I just don't. There's no reason to go there. You're not going to change anybody's mind. And yeah, some people just, they want attention even if it's bad attention. So, yeah. That's what happens when you don't take a belt to your kids, folks. They grow up to be those people. You've seen several ladies play ancients. They tended to be younger and have been introduced to the hobby by their dads. Yeah, I got no problem with women playing war games. But I'm a really quick learner though. Somebody says, hey, you should do a how to play DBA thing. So I ran it one time. And one guy showed up and he dropped his kid off. The kid didn't want to be there. And the next thing you know, I'm spending 4 hours of my convention. At the time, I didn't have a Mitch. In other words, I didn't have somebody I could play my hobby every week with. So I gave up a session to babysit someone else's kid. And I'm sorry, it's not my responsibility. It's your kid. You're the dad. If I'm going to raise your kid, then if I'm going to babysit your kid, then I'm going to raise him how I see fit. And you may not like that. But no, the controversy I was talking about is people were up in arms like how we're not doing enough to include women in the thing. And, you can put on a game and people show up, and if they don't show up, well, I mean, what are you going to do? There's just some hobbies that are not, some people aren't going to be interested in. I've put on games here in town and nobody showed up, men or women. It's very limited people that are interested in this. Most people don't understand what this is, that it's, learning about history and creative and the gaming aspect of it. I rarely talk to people outside this circle about what it is we do. It's almost like it's a secret society, right? But one of the things I come to terms with is I never realized that people don't understand that we're playing a game that involves dice. They just assume, oh, well, you're historical. Well, what's the point in that? Well, what do you mean? Well, you already know what happens. And I'm sitting there going, like, you just don't get it, do you? And until it dawned on me that, many people don't understand that we're playing a game that, yeah, it may have a fixed historical setting or a fixed setup, but then from then on, who knows? You have the ability to change history, so to speak. A lot of people just don't understand that. They're just not aware of that thing. But yeah, put on games. I welcome female players. I don't need to. One of my pet peeves personally is I hate apologist people. I don't feel like I have to apologize for things that I didn't do. If I wrong somebody personally, okay. But, just because my ancestors did whatever, or just because, people have been treated a certain way for hundreds of years, doesn't mean, I have to all of a sudden be the guy that needs to die on the cross for that. So I personally have no problem with female war gamers. I think it's cool that they're interested in history. And that kind of, I can see the detraction about it is, I think that since wargaming is military history, for the most part, for the vast most chart, for the vast most part, boy, women did not play a frontal role in those type of things. So, if you're say, a female, like say my daughter or something like that, and she wants a tie-in where it's like, well, let me go learn about famous female warriors. There aren't a lot to pick from. Now, whether there weren't any or just they didn't write about them because they were, given a secondary role, or so there's not that I can see there not being that kind of tie-in where they can relate to it. If that's a big part of it. I guess it just depends on who you are. I've got no problem, for instance, having female warriors in my army as long as it's appropriate. I've played female characters in games. I personally don't have a problem with it. But some people may need that to tie in or whatever. But I don't like to pander to people. Let's put it that way. I'm going to be who I am, and you either like me, that's cool. If you don't, well, that's cool too. I don't like to pretend I'm something that I'm not. So yeah, I'll go in the craft store. I don't complain because I'm the only straight dude in there at a craft store. I'd spend a whole freaking week in a craft store. It's super cool. There's cool stuff in there. Actually, I shouldn't say that. There's no dudes of any kind in there other than me. But I could look at buttons, and it's always like, oh, can I help you with something? Like I'm a lost puppy dog. I'm like, I don't get bent out of shape at it. It's just they're generalizing, and generally, dudes don't go into craft stores. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not going to change the world, get all miffed, and go to my corner. But that's just me. I got thicker skin. Sarmatians let their women fight. Yeah, actually, I think I have a couple of bowmen, not Sarmatians, Scythians, that has, I think there's some female Scythians. Yeah, I'm all for it. I'll paint up girls. No problem. No problem. And as a matter of fact, I was talking about that Atlantis game, that Atlantis role-playing game that would be a great setting for a fantasy. One of the nations is all Amazons. I'd build them. That'd be cool. And yes, I'd crack jokes about who's in the kitchen while they're fighting. But it's just jokes, man. I make fun about everything, People take it it used to be people didn't take shit personally. What happened? What happened? What happened around 2008, 2007? When nobody can laugh about stuff anymore. I make fun of everything. You guys should know that. My wife is a quitter. I'm always going to the craft shop many times. Oh, she's a quilter. Okay. I think that's super cool. I think that's super cool. I think it's good to be creative. Yeah. And you're the only dude there, right? You're probably out looking at buttons or brushes or paints or. It's good to be creative. Unleash your creative juices. No quilting needed here in Florida. It's too freaking hot. It's just way too freaking hot. But I like hobbies that men and women can compete or whatever equally. I think gaming is one of those. I think the shooting sports is another really good one. You know, there was a very attractive woman who played DBA at HMGS East Con. So attractive, I almost switched to 15 millimeter ancients. And there's nothing wrong with that. You just gotta, treat her with respect. That's all. I mean, it's nobody should have to tell you that. You don't have to bow down to her and be like, oh, we got to do everything she says, but just treat them like an equal. Yeah. So many things in craft shops that work for gamers. There really is, Steve. I could spend a week in there. I go to Joanne Fabrics, looking at fabric, and I'm wondering, what the hell is this guy doing? I'm looking for cloth that would be on the gaming table. There's some cool stuff in there, you know. There's cool stuff in there for sure. But you almost switched to 15 millimeter ancients. What is it that you do, Mike B? If you're not an ancients, it's fine. You don't have to be an ancients. I was never into ancients before this silly game. Aha. Speaking of women, heading to church. Have a great day. You too. 28 millimeter ancients. Okay. All right. You weren't compensating for something by using bigger figures, were you? See, that's the kind of stuff. I'm not going to give up saying shit like that. I don't mean anything by it. That is just, I'm working on the side to be a comedian. Okay, so that's not a big step. He's still doing H. I never got into 28s because, well, when I started doing this, 28s kind of sucked. There weren't, there isn't the variety that there is now. And 28s just take too long to paint. And look how long I've been working on this poor bastard. You know? How do you know he doesn't have a father? Because I created him. That's how. That was the wife warning that she made something for me to eat. So I'm going to take a short break. I'm a very fast eater. Comes in handy at times like this. And then we'll keep the feed going. I don't know. You guys like those "I'll be back shortly" little messages? Let me know if those are helpful. They're supposed to be helpful, so you're not wondering if the feed is frozen or something like that. Although I see all kinds of red shit here, like the feed isn't going according to plan. I don't know. I mean nothing is feeding off this thing. Must be all the drones. The drones are using up all the bandwidth around the world. All right, we're gonna take a little 5 minute break, and I'll be right back, and we will tell you that we're coming right back. Okay. And we're back. Kevin Brownell. Wow, thank you very much. We'll put that to good use. Always appreciated. Luckily, I don't need it. I don't want to ask for stuff like that. I just, you guys are helping me out, whether you realize it or not. And Kevin, you're here all the time. 28. I didn't miss anything other than that. No. Kevin, do you? I know where you. I know what part of the world you're at. There was a guy when I first started playing that was an Ancients player. I may have asked you this before. This guy that was an Ancients player. Well, I don't know if he was an Ancients player. He was a DBA player. When I first started in 2004, he would always show up with his wife, and they were older. They were probably, I'm going to say, their early 60s. I don't think they were even 65, but they may have been close to 65, but older. I wouldn't call 65 old. I'll be there shortly, hopefully. And Marv and Betsy Schmidt, and they moved to Arizona. Now, I don't know where in Arizona. Arizona is a big state, so. Have you ever seen him out there? She was super nice. And a lady that plays. Pretty cool. And I think she was pretty decent too. She whooped his ass all the time. That's all I remember. The first tournament I played in, I borrowed an army. I want to say it was a Chariot Wars theme. And they let me play Philistines, which I would have done a lot better had I known how to play the game, because that's a pretty well-rounded army. And I remember the only person I beat was Marv. I forget what army it was, because I think the first 30 games I didn't do a good job of writing down what army my opponent was using. I wrote down my opponent from the get-go, whether or not I won or lost in every game. I had the foresight to do that, but I didn't realize that I could have actually had a really cool encyclopedia. So the first of my almost 2,000 games, my first 20 games or whatever are kind of incomplete thing. And I'm not one of those that I'll just take them off because they're mostly losses. I'm learning how to play the game. So, you need to be honest with yourself. So here's the interesting, it's Transom Light 30. You get the light coming through the transom window here, which is beautiful light. But it's coming onto the screen here. It is so bright on here, I can't actually tell. Doesn't make that much of a difference whether the light is on. So, yeah. So, Kevin, I'm going to ask you if you're still on. If you don't respond to me, I'll find you later. One of the things I mentioned, and you were playing the video that we did on Friday night, the classical Jewish battles, is that was a guy that just contacted me, and out of the blue, and like I said in the video, he wanted me to play. He wanted to see those armies in action. So, is there something that we haven't done that you would like to see? Maybe somebody suggested on the feed, on the comments there, to do. I think it was Nordic actually. He suggested. Mesopotamian city-states, which actually sounds pretty cool, except we're going to be morphing all the figures. So if you don't mind us using Macedonian figures for the Sumerians and stuff like that, we can do it, but we don't have Sumerians. Joe does, but Joe's always on a time crunch. So those big to-dos, I'm prefer to do them with just Mitch and myself because we don't have a time crunch issue. Horse color. I think we're going to make this some kind of a brown. There's some black showing underneath there. Can you even see that underneath here? So yeah, this guy contacted me out of the blue, said, hey, you guys mind doing this? I'm like, no, I've got suggestions. I welcome suggestions as long as they're good ones. I mean, we've played a few battles, so we know some things just aren't going to work out. And they don't have to be balanced. we could have made them, if somebody had given us a suggestion and it was a good suggestion but it was very one-sided, we would just do less battles and we'd play both sides. So if we're playing like, something that seems really one-sided, Mitch and I would just play both sides. We'd turn around, play one, and turn around and play it again. And then maybe the next matchup, that same person take. So if I'm playing against Mitch in one and it's a crappy army, then we would just flip turns and do something like that. So it'd be like myself playing one side and then Mitch playing the new army and then I play the next one and leapfrog that way. We would just end up getting half as many battles in. As a matter of fact, some of the more unbalanced matchups are actually turn out to be better. I mean, you never know. I mean, you don't expect that, and it's not likely to happen, but sometimes it does. There's unlikely things that happen all of the time. So, yeah. But this stuff is, I do this stuff for me. The fact that it can benefit some of you guys, or that entertains you guys, or, keeps you from worrying about the real world. We can be here in our own fantasy world where everything is hunky-dory. That's wonderful that it can benefit other people as well. And I wish I could figure out what in the four hells is going on with this feed, because all I see is down here in the performance window that your stream is having minor issues. Like, I don't know why. We're not doing anything different. There's nothing running. There's, maybe there's just, the drones are using too much of the footage over there over in Ukraine. They're using too much of the bandwidth. That's my illogical way of explaining what's really going on. We don't want to use this brush. This brush is holy. We got to use this one for special things. Special use brush. This is one of these brushes we picked up that's actually made in the U.S., supposedly. And they work okay. They're a little bit more expensive. We'll probably use some of that. We'll use some of Kevin's donations there for other brushes and stuff. And we'll use that money towards putting buying some classical Jewish figures. I already had my eye on doing Hasmonean and early Judeanism morph together. And the only thing that turned me off is they're gonna look very Macedonian. All of the organized troops would look very Macedonian. So I'll have to do some research and maybe native them up a little bit, because that's the whole point, is to put your own little kind of spin on them. And a lot of stuff just isn't known about them. But especially that later Judean army, that's a really cool army. Because they can have some enemies that we all have already. Luke's favorite army, which is Arameans, fight them. And, whenever we get to see Luke again, I haven't seen him for 8 months or something like that. He showed up at the show, I think. He showed up at the Hurricane, the show that wasn't the show. He showed up at Hurricane, and in September. I haven't seen him since. He's been busy, which is a shame, because he's a lot of fun to play games with. He's got the right attitude. That makes all the difference in the world, having people that have the right attitude when they play. So, yeah, Kevin, when you get a chance, send me some suggestions, and maybe something you want to see, maybe something we haven't seen. Somebody else suggested, what is suggest? Braveheart, the Braveheart battle. The problem with the Braveheart battles is twofold, and you could do them, because you could do stuff like you could do Falkirk, you could do Falkirk, you could do Bannockburn. There's one after Bannockburn, and I think there's one before Falkirk. So there's probably 4 or 5 different ones you could do, just using the same armies or different troop compositions of them. The problem is Mitch's Scots stink, because when they go into combat, they have their pikes that are out like 30 degrees. They can't mesh well with the figures, so you'd have to flip them over. And we don't have the right English guys, and that is an army that's on my to-do list. Is feudal. The feudal English is on my to-do list, so I don't want to steal all their thunder and not do them. But we could do it. We could morph some 100 Years' War knights into them, and it wouldn't be too bad. So yeah, that's a good theme as well. And there's somebody launched one thing that is on our to-do list. This gentleman put this series of battles on the Facebook groups recently. I don't know if he did it on both or he just did it on one or the other, but he has these scenarios that are 4-part scenarios for the Punic Wars and stuff like that, and we're definitely going to do those because they have different winning conditions than the standard game, and they just look super cool. So he's got one that's the first Punic War. He's got the revolt of the mercenaries, the Carthaginian mercenaries after the Carthage did not win the First World War. Yeah, I guess kind of the First World War. When Carthage didn't win the First Punic War, they ran out of funds to pay these mercenaries, and they freaking revolted, and they fought them for several years. And he's got 4 scenarios that are based on that. Those look really interesting because some of the battles aren't 12 on 12. They're kind of one-sided, so that's kind of an interesting scenario. So that's one we do, and then the also one is the Carthaginians going into getting their foothold in Iberia before the Second Punic War. So he was nice enough to make those scenarios and put them up there, and I told him, I said, hey, we're gonna run through those battles for sure, because that's some interesting wrinkles, but. Always looking for other ideas. Always looking for other ideas. Notice the one thing that we do the least around here is play opens. So if you have an event that does lots of opens, you're not going to see us do those battles. Because you don't need to see us do those battles. Those are going to happen in your own turf, on your own terms anyways. We want to show the weird stuff, maybe unbalanced pairs, things with... armies that aren't very good, whether it's Saloy silliness or Wimp Wars or something like that, unusual guys that'll be on the scene there. We've kind of focused on doing that stuff. Just pick any army and fight any army. That's kind of a no-brainer. You guys can get that thrill out of in your normal games. That's what most people do anyways. But you'll end up having a bunch of armies that don't get used. Which is why we've kind of steered away from that. It'd be nice to give some of the armies that are not the most common ones, kind of give them a little place in the sun. Give them a little thing as well. Equal opportunity army user. So. Ooh, a shade too far. All right, where's my... Yeah, it's getting really distracting here with this light. I mean, like, really bad. Let's see if I can... Yeah, look how bright it is over here in the paint area. And that passes. It warms up the room a little too much also. No big deal. We got fans here. That's my addiction. Addiction to ceiling fans. I'll tell you what, I can see the colors a hell of a lot better. That's Silverado. Here we go, stone. And then this is the last Falcon figure. The other 5 are all Essex figures for these 9 knights. Now, the nice thing is I did leave myself an out. I have more Falcon figures to do, and I have more Essex figures to do, because I eventually will have a later Polish army. We're just not doing them right now. So once I do start on them, I already have a fast blade done, and I'll have 3 knights done for them. But then we got to roll into the busies. Got to get busy with the busies. So maybe we should call that's what we should call all the painting sessions for the Byzantines. Getting busy with the busies. Or just getting busy. BYZZIE. Been the Audible book that I'm reading right now, or having read to me. I like to call it reading, but it's really being read to me, is a Byzantine history one. So I've already read Byzantine history. I'm just kind of a refresher, so I decided I might as well have a different version. Wars of Caesar, Marian Roman, Gallic Britain, Mithridatic, and yes, another Marian army. I would do a civil war is okay. A civil war is okay. A civil war is all right. You gotta have special rules in there, though. Gotta have some kind of special rules. Julius Caesar, huh? Ancient German. And we got to dumb down the Romans a little bit. Having 8 blade is just brutal. Just absolutely brutal. And I'm a blade fan because blade can pretty much fight everybody off except elephants, which he doesn't encounter too many of those. I'm thinking this guy's done. Let's take a look at him. I know this may seem strange to you, but I haven't really looked at the figure. I'm all up in it, and maybe it's kind of the same equivalent of a gynecologist that can't tell whether the girl's attractive or not. I'm just too close to the subject at hand. And again, that color's not right either. But you can tell, you should be able to tell, they're not the same red. I'm not going to be able to resist painting I'm going to have to spray these guys down. It's funny. This guy looks like the Cuban flag. That red is like the Cuban red. Interesting. And the blue is like the Cuban blue and the Cuban flag. Cool. Well, we got a name for him. Anyhow, makes this guy look drab, doesn't it? But hey, not everybody can be a superstar. That is the first 4 knights. And no, they're not going to be in the same stand with each other. So we'll mix them up later. And obviously, these 2 poses will not be in the same stand, so they have to be different. They have to be in different stands. Okay, and we're probably not going to put the red one in the same one as the other red one yet. So and these 2 won't be in the same one. So right now we're looking at something like this, because this guy's got blue and that one does too. So you might as well mix things up. Oh, and it'd be nice if it was on the screen, wouldn't it? Blades versus Warband, classic DBA. Yeah, we'll have to play not as many games to switch sides. It's not fair to have Mitch be the Warband every time. And I don't have a heavy Warband army yet. So let's talk about who's next. Everybody likes Polish Knights. Everybody likes Polish Knights. Here's the 5 guys we got left. And I've got lots left of these figures and those to do the remaining knights, because the Polish army actually has, I want to say, a total of 4 knight. Well, is it 4 knights or is it 5? They have a lot of knights. So I left some to add, to make a general and to do those kind of things as well. So looking pretty darn good. Good morning to you, Rick. Yeah, up early. Okay, explain something to me because I'm 50 and I don't get it. I don't get it anymore. What is that Supreme stuff? Is it like a skater brand? What kind of a brand does that cater to? Serious question. I do not know. I'm not into that stuff anymore, and it's kind of a well, it may be around for a while, but I've never. You got all those Supreme unboxings. What is that Supreme brand? Fill me in. I got 20 years on you or something like that. What's this new thing? Okay, so we got a couple of guys with Hound Skull and a couple of these traditional helms, and then one with the slotted visor. So let's do a Hound Skull next. Let's do this crazy guy. Let's pick something for him. I'm going to minimize this. We're going to try to go on here as long as we can, because that's how you get stuff done. If you quit, you don't get anything done. Let's go to my Pinterest page, which I will post on the community web thing there so you could see. And Pinterest is crazy. When you go in, it suggests all kinds of things you're not even remotely interested in. Let's go to my Polish Knight pen. Yep. This is what we're going to do next. I may change who he is, though. No, we're not. No, he's good. All right. This guy has a yellow cross on a medium blue background. A yellow two-pronged cross. Two-pronged? It's got two crossbars on it. Yeah, they were originally a skateboard company that turned into clothing, where today all their releases sell out super fast. Okay. Do you skate? I've never skated. I always like to think, you always see that sign you used to have all the time. Skateboarding is not a crime. And underneath it should say, but skateboarders are criminals. No, actually, we have when my daughter was younger, there's a park that I used to take her to. They have this really cool skating area. And all those punk kids were really respectful to each other. It was actually kind of nice to see. They would take turns and they had this area that looked like a pool, basically, a swimming pool, except there was no short end to it. It was all, God, it seems like 8 foot deep. And they would all take turns going in there. It was kind of cool to watch. It was nice seeing young lads being respectful to one another. Okay, let's do his shield as a primer. Do we have that blue floating around here somewhere? This is that blue. I may be using a different one, maybe? This is the one we used before. Oh, royal blue. Oh, very nice. What's this one? Dark blue. Let's use the medium blue. Yeah, let's use the medium blue as our starting point. It's always a starting point. I've only owned like 2 skateboards in my life. I think I've only gotten on a skateboard once in my life, and that was enough. I am not a skateboarder. I don't have those things. I don't have those genes to do that kind of thing. Well, now it's too late. I've already blossomed into the person I'm going to be. Whatever the hell that means. Whatever the hell that means. It's too late for me. I've become what I am. I saw somebody the other day with one of those electric skateboards. You know, ones have a big fat tire. They have a tire that's maybe, I don't know, it's about a foot wide, and the walls on it are like, what is that, 4 inches, 5 inches? And this guy was just poking down the roads. And it just has one tire in the middle. It's like a unicycle meets skateboard. But it's not pedal powered. I just don't want to do anything where I have to where I feel like I need to wear a helmet. I already have to wear that kind of stuff at work, and I don't really need to, so I don't want anything that's going to make me hotter, and that would be one of those things. And that's not saying I'd do it without a helmet. I just wouldn't do it. If I need to wear a helmet, let me not do it. Speaking of helmet, my hair's not all crazy, is it? Okay. All right, so there's our blue. Let's do his shield. This is the same kind of blue as the Cuban blue. Maybe I don't want to use this one. Well, let's see if we can morph into something else. Rick, if you're still on here, Rick's big into board games. What's a board game you'd never play again? Maybe one that we've heard of. Is there a board game you're like, I'm never playing this game in my life? Maybe you bought it and you're like, I'm never going to play this thing again. You played it once and it's like, you thought the game was going to be about A and ended up being about B. I got no problem with board games as long as they're not, boring or, make you do things you don't want to do. And they got to look pretty. I'm sorry, they got to look pretty. Or how about this? They don't have not look ugly, like Catan. I'm not playing Catan. Sorry, I don't want to trade. I don't want to have to. Oh, you have to trade with people. What if I don't want to? I tried playing that game one time. That's it. I'm not playing it again. It's a popular game, so people don't care what I think. Battlestar Galactica. Mitch and I won't play that. We actually learned to hate that game in 2 different occasions. We weren't even playing with each other. So it wasn't like we were in the same session. And then I don't like games like that. I don't like games where you have to play a turncoat. It's not my thing. Because you basically have to lie the whole game. So you have to basically be a liar. And I don't like being a liar. Like, I don't mind playing a turncoat, but I don't want to have to sell the fact that I'm somebody who I'm not to all the other players. That's what it is. I hit the nail on the head, but that's what it is. You have to pretend to be somebody who's like nice to everybody, but then really you're out to get them. That's just not me. I don't mind being out to get everybody, but I don't want to have to try to pretend sell that no, I'm really one of the good guys. And then you turn around and you backstab everybody. It's just not my thing. It doesn't work with my personality type. If I'm going to be evil, you're going to know it. Any other game? I can't think of any other games I wouldn't like. Oh, yeah, there is. There's some old school game. Is it called Magic Realm? I hated that freaking game. It looked like crap, too. I think it's called Magic Realm. And there's got to be others, but there's not many. There's not many games where I'm like, I'm never playing this ever again. I guess that's a good thing. 1830. I'm never playing 1830 again. It's been so long since I played that game. Over 20 years. And I'll never play that game again. Old Avalon Hill game. It's a train game, right? Which I like. I don't mind train games. Any of those games where you use the crayon to connect rails and stuff. I like those. I like the thinking process of it. It's kind of what I do for work. So, I have maybe an unfair advantage of it. Not an unfair advantage because it's still the random what you get. But I'm used to thinking in that fashion. And but 1830 it was like you're trading stocks, and I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in that. Empire Builder. Empire Builder was a train crayon game. It's been a long time since I played that one. I like that game. That's a good game. I think it'd be a game about Assyrians or something like that called Empire Builder. Nope. It's Railroad Empire. Yes, blue's not going to work. Blue's not going to work. It's not taking it in the direction I want it to go in. No. That's experience. You just bug out now instead of continuing down a path that is going to lead you to a place you don't want to go. Yeah, those one wheels are so cool. Yeah, days for that are gone. I'm not particularly clumsy, but yeah, I don't need to go there. Dark blue. Let's try dark blue. Sorry, you may be way behind. My YouTube keeps. It's not yours. Some reason that the feed is just all in the red. I don't know why. I got nothing else happening. I've got nothing else happening. Maybe it's just mornings. It's bad in the mornings. And what sucks is I'll turn on like Facebook, and there's a couple of guys. There's one guy that always gives me his videos. He's playing video games. He seems like a nice enough guy, but he's just playing video games and screwing around, and he doesn't have a problem with his feed. Who's he blowing? How do I get a feed without any problems? This is more like it. We're going to even think a little bit more than that. You see these feeds that have totally worthless material. They don't have any problems, and I can't even get, I don't have a whole lot going on here, and here's a chance to do something. Can I do this? No. Oh, I don't have it. I don't have it on there. I don't have this. Yeah, I need to be able to update that thing on here. I don't know. I'll figure out how to use this thing sooner or later. Hey, again, I admit that I don't know how to do all this stuff, but I don't know why the hell this feed is, that there's issues with the connection thing. One game you would rather not play again is called Spyfall. It's a social deduction game. Everyone at the table knows a location except one person, the spy. The spy is trying to figure out where the other people are, and the other people are trying to figure out who the spy is. Yeah, I don't think I'd like that either. It's like Clue. I don't hate Clue, but the one saving thing about Clue is that one of the people that you're playing, you're not trying to fake you're not like the murderer, but trying to trick everybody into thinking that you're not the murderer. If you did that, I wouldn't play it. I don't want to trick people. I don't want to be a faker. I don't want to be a faker. All right, let's do this. Let's morph this color into this color. This is a pretty straightforward. Now, the difficulty of painting these knights went up dramatically because these Essex guys, and it's really strange to say this, these Essex guys have a lot more details. Because some Essex guys don't have a lot of details. But these knights Tappan 2 have a lot of detail, and they have a lot more detail than the crappy old Falcon figures that I just got done painting. So these guys are definitely going to have more equipment and accoutrement compared to the other guys that I've been painting before. So they're going to take a little bit longer. So this guy's going to be simple. He's going to have a shield here with this motif, and then we're going to put it on the back quarters on it as well. It's just a yellow cross with 2 crossbars on it instead of your standard 1 cross. That's it. Supposedly famous Polish, it looks Lithuanian, but heraldry. So that's who this guy is going to be, whoever he is. I do own Magic Realm, but I've never played it. It looks super complex. If it's the one I'm thinking of, I've heard of those 18XX train games, haven't played any. Don't. Unless you want to not run trains and stock trade. It's not my thing. I love Empire Builder. And it's really user-friendly. I don't mind games that are complicated. I don't like games that are abstract. So, says somebody who plays DBA. The other game I could never get my head wrapped around. I get my head wrapped around it. I'm just not very good at it. Was Upfront, the old squad leader card game with a relative range to your groups, and I guess I just hadn't played it very much, but I never could wrap my head around it. I don't mind card-driven games. I don't mind card-driven games that have relative range. As a matter of fact, there's a modern naval game made by Avalon Hill towards the end of their games that they were making called Attack Sub, and I think that's actually a pretty good game. And you can place different ships, and they take damage, and it's actually really cool. It's actually a cool game. Yeah. I don't know what's causing this. Your stream is experiencing issues. Well, I know that. I just don't understand why it's skipping frames. CPU usage is fine. Frames per second is fine. Can I dumb down the frames per second? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know why it's using 70% of my CPU. Why? Let's go ahead and close this. We don't need to have this open. We don't need to have any of this stuff open. I don't have that many things open. Okay. I wonder if I killed a camera, if it would do if it would do better. I don't know. I don't change any settings. I mean, when things work, I leave things alone. All right, yellow cross, because we've got the basic blue here. So let's go over here to yellow corner. We're going to use, let's use English uniform as the base color. Why not? And we still have some black. Is yellow alive? No. Let's use the Games Workshop yellow. Wherever she is. Is it Sunburst? I think that's what it was called. Sunburst yellow. Rick, do you ever play that old game, The Awful Green Things from Outer Space? That's a cute little game. The old one. That's a fun little game. You get to play the aliens or the guys defending the ship. Just a little counter and move to space type game, little two-player game. It smells like hair metals, not dead. I probably got this in 88, 89, something like that. God, I miss these paints. And I don't want to do live things anymore over at Mitch's house because at that 720p, after you guys have seen the 1080, the 720 looks like garbage. It looks totally like garbage, and our feed gets pixelated, and you guys don't want to see that. That's painful. It's painful to see that kind of stuff, you know? Once you get used to, see, look, the transom window's kind of changed now. So we're okay now. So just a small little, like 15 minutes where it's just kind of awkward to have those things happening. So, yeah. Excellent. All right. And I closed the window where the little cross was. All right, let's open this up. Let's open this up. Let's go to my Pinterest. All right, I'm going to leave this open until I figure out what the hell exactly to do it. Okay, so it's divided in thirds, and the bottom one is the long one. Okay. Right. Here we go. So we're going to use this brown as the base color for this yellow. You can use black too, but it makes it look a little green. And it takes multiple coats. So we're going to leave some meat above and below it. It's going to drop a line right through the middle. Just a vertical line. And then we're going to divide this in thirds. And we're going to extend the bottom one just like that. Now we're going to do the same back here. So I have to wrinkle this up a little bit because it is kind of wrinkled the way it's showing. And then we'll do the same on this side. Again, the important thing is to get it in the right place. Proportionally. No, you haven't. You appreciate Tom Wham, the designer. Who the hell's Tom Wham? Uh-oh, now I got a different alert. Is that Awful Green Things from Outer Space, the designer for that? I really like, when it comes to games, what I really like watching is unboxings. I really like seeing game unboxings. And there's some people that are like really relaxing to listen to. There's a guy called, what's his name? Well, I don't know what his name is. Actually, I do. I found out who he is. I just don't understand why people don't use their real name, Rick. Why don't people just use their real name? It's like hiding behind a facade. And they're like people that aren't even doing controversial stuff. It's like, maybe you don't want to use your real name so you can like throw rocks, but they're not even rock throwers. They're like nice guys. Like, why you create something else? What's his name? Blast Pop. I like Blast Pop. He's like really relaxing to listen to. You know, I like doing those videos that there's not a whole lot going on, and the box opens and the plastic wrapping sound, and boy, some motorcycle needs a muffler. And yeah, I like his stuff, but he's got tons and tons of games. There's no way he's playing all that stuff. That would drive me crazy, having all this stuff, and I couldn't play him, you know. Again, falls into the category of I have this stuff and I'm not using it. We've all fallen into traps like that. I just find that very unsatisfying. All right, let's bring this up a level with this blue. Just going to focus on the shield for the time being. And Let's add a little bit more of this core color, as I like to call it. And let's add some white to it. I'm being harassed by crazy birds trying to fly into my windows repeatedly. Wow, I've had that happen one time, and it startles the hell out of you. It's like somebody threw a rock. You know what birds I hate? I hate mockingbirds, which is the state bird of Florida. All the cool birds we have here, hawks and shit like that, and we get a freaking mockingbird as a state bird. I don't know if they have them somewhere else. Those things drive me crazy. And they're ballsy too. They'll chase things that are twice as big as them. And the big thing will let it. If I'm a big crow, I'm not letting some chintzy ass mockingbird chase my ass down. I'm gonna peck him. All right, a hawk. You'll see a hawk being chased by a mockingbird. I'm like, dude, what kind of tails between your leg kind of predator are you? Wimp. Okay, that's the shield about how we want it. Let's do the rest of his getup, and then we'll have to brighten that yellow up on his shield. Crazy birds, the real thing. All right, I'm not even gonna be right back. I'm just gonna get some water. Okay. I'm getting my money's worth out of these paper towels. All right. Back to where we were, ish. Let's paint the rest of this. Let's bring this cloth all the way up to the levels where we need to be. We've already painted one night today, so we did our good deed. Be nice to get this guy done. I don't see that happening. I see it happening today. I don't see it happening in this paint session. So I gotta knock some other stuff out today that isn't game related. Boo! Boo-hoo. So since you've got a Bronco, what do you think of those Bronco Sports? You know, the cheesy little half-ass version of your... It's not even... They shouldn't even be called the same thing. Saw one of those the other day, and I was like, what's up with that? Honestly, I like color-wise, I like those Broncos that come in those refrigerator colors. You know, they've got one that's almost like a sea green. That one's nice. I think they've got like a blue one that's that way as well. It's like those refrigerators from like the 1960s or whatever. Except we had a brown one, so not that color. It was like a sea green one. I don't know what the future holds because I'm not a fan of American-made vehicles. I'm not a fan of American brand vehicles. But I'm even less of a fan of vehicles that are that don't have a clutch. And a lot of these things are going to this electric thing, and I don't want an electric vehicle because I don't want well, for multiple reasons, but I don't want a vehicle with no clutch. So I may end up having to buy a domestic vehicle at some point, or just hold on to after when my lease is up. Just turn around and buy it. Although I'm a coupe guy. I really like coupes. So, and my car is currently not a coupe. It's fun as shit to drive, but it's not a coupe. But we'll see. The whole car situation is very strange, and I don't know if it's going to get any less strange in a couple more years. So, in a perfect world, I'd rather never drive another automatic again. They're just boring. First world problems, right?